We're live.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of this eManifest Advisory Board meeting. The topic of this meeting is Road to 100% Electronic Manifest. My name is Fred Jenkins, and I am the designated federal officer of the eManifest Advisory Board. I want to welcome and thank you to the audience for joining us. And I want to say a special thanks to the eManifest Advisory Board and also to EPA for all of your hard work. And prior to this meeting, hard work yesterday, and getting ready to work hard today. Yesterday rather, was EPA presentations. Yesterday was an opportunity for EPA to share with the eManifest Advisory Board as much information as they possibly can share from EPA perspective to help fully inform the recommendations that the board are going to be providing starting this afternoon and into day 3 of the meeting. We're going to start this morning, day 2, by allowing EPA to answer some follow-up questions that the board had on yesterday. That should be a brief time spent doing that. After EPA answers follow-up questions and provides some follow-up information to the board, then we will go into our oral public comment period. And when we begin that period, I'll give some instructions right at the beginning of the oral public comment period. So with that said, I think we are ready to proceed, and I will hand the meeting over to Carolyn Hoskinson, the director of the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery in EPA. Also, she's the chair of the eManifest Advisory Board. Carolyn.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2. Thank you, Fred, for that overview. I want to thank everyone for a fantastic day 1 yesterday. I was very excited to see the vibrant questions and conversation that took place yesterday, and appreciate EPA's presentations and then the board's clarifying questions, and even with a vibrant set of questions and conversations around the presentations, we still ended early. So great job, everybody. And I am looking forward to today's meeting to continue this dialogue. So we're going to open up the day by having the board members introduce themselves. Again, we did this yesterday, but if anyone is joining us today who was not with us yesterday, we'll have our board members go through roll call in the order that you all are listed on the slide that's on the screen. So starting with Lauren, then everyone can just introduce themselves in the order your names are listed. So Lauren, kick us off, please.
Hi, I'm Lauren Ancona from GSA, and I'm an IT expert member of the board.
Terry Bear, I'm with Arizona Department of Environmental Quality, and here is a state representative.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Hopper from the Maryland Department of Environment, and I am also a state representative member.
Good morning. I am Tevfik Kosar. I'm a professor of computer science at the State University of New York at Buffalo, and I'm an IT expert member of the board.
Good morning. I'm Angie Martin. I'm with Heritage Environmental Services, and I'm an industry representative member.
Good morning. I'm Sixto Ortiz, and I am with WM, and I am an industry representative. Glad to be here. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Stacy Sinclair. I'm an environmental specialist with LA Metro Transportation Authority, and I'm a state representative member.
Hi, I'm Jackie Velasquez. I'm with NCAMP, and I'm also an industry representative.
Right. Thank you so much to our board members for that. As Fred mentioned, we had 2 questions that came up yesterday that EPA wanted to take some time to develop some follow-up information for. So we're going to kick off this morning by having EPA address those 2 questions. And I don't know that we talked about in which order we were going to go. But one was a follow-up question on very small quantity generators. And so EPA team, are you prepared to discuss that question and the information you developed overnight on that?
Hi, this is Steve Donnelly. Could we please just go to Scott real quick to run through the process flows? I just want to finalize just to cross an I and dot a T. Thank you very much.
Scott, you ready to go?
Yep. So yesterday, Lauren asked about our process flows, mentioned they were public, and then so I sent them to Fred. So the process flows are on our GitHub site, github.com/US-EPA/e-manifest, and you can find a lot of information in there, including tickets that we are currently working on, as well as tickets we have closed that affect the community for testing. So I believe that answers the question. Thank you. And if you have other questions, please ask.
Thank you.
And I think, Fred, you will be making that information available.
Yes, I just sent the email to the board. I just forwarded directly to the board. And I'm also going to forward, Steve has sent me an email to answer the other question. I'm going to forward that to the board shortly. And also that information.
And I'll read that I'll read this in right now, Fred.
Okay. And all of this is going to go into the public docket for public, full transparency, public awareness, and for the record.
And I'll send you I think there might have been a typo. So I will send a clean version to you as well. All right, yes. So this is Steve Donnelly. Yesterday, we got a question from Ms. Velasquez about VSQG waste received by a TSDF and how that would be integrated into the biennial report. So thank you for that great question. It's a good RCRA discussion topic as always. So if a manifest does contain hazardous waste, when a TSDF submits that manifest into the system, regardless of the generator status listed on that manifest, that information will be captured for that TSDF's WR purposes. And also, a TSDF will be able to search for and find those manifests in their system. Even if that site doesn't have an EPA ID, they can still search for all their manifests from the state of Virginia, or they'll be able to search for a specific, those manifests, even though they won't have an ID, maybe they'll say 40 CFR or something in there as the ID, they'll be able to search for the mailing address or the site address. So that happens a lot. So they'll be able to find that in their system for WR purposes. If a TSDF is receiving hazardous waste from a VSQG and it's not on a manifest, integration with the BR or not would have no impact on the reporting of that waste. The TSDF would need to account for that waste not on a manifest and make sure to get that into their WR by other means. And finally, so if a VSQG is sending non-hazardous or exempted waste to a TSDF, whether listed on a manifest or not, there is no federal requirement to report non-hazardous or exempted waste on the WR form.
Thank you. Thank you for breaking that down. I think that answers my question. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Customer service is job one. Thank you very much.
So I'll just do a last check to ask. Thank you, Jackie, for saying that answered your question. Or do any other board members have any clarifying questions for Steve on that additional information? Angie?
So Steve, I think I follow what you said. And so my question is, you said that the facilities have to report anything that came in with a VSQG, not on a manifest, and they're binding a report. How would they even know what waste codes to put on it since the generator makes the determination?
So this is Steve Donnelly. So that is the that's what, yeah. So if hazardous material is coming, if hazardous waste is coming from offsite, it should be on manifest. There's a lot of exemptions there. So that's a catch-all response for if it's any waste that is going on, any hazardous waste that is going on in BR that's received at a TSDF, they're responsible to report that. So that's essentially what we're going for. So if it's coming to a TSDF and it needs to be required on the WR form, it needs to go on to, the TSDF needs to report that waste.
Thank you.
And this is no change to the current BR requirements on reporting waste on the WR form. So we would just be moving that reporting requirement that is in the BR for the WR form onto every single manifest. So there'd be no change. It would just be on every manifest. So there would be no actual, there'd be no difference in what we're asking for, just when it's coming in.
I'm looking to see if any of the board members have any additional clarifying questions. Not seeing any. I think, Fred, we are ready to move to the public comment period. Are you going to give us some instructions?
Sure, yes. So let's move on to the oral public comment period. We are only going to hear from pre-registered public comments in this meeting today. The pre-registered public commenters will be called on by name in alphabetical order to speak. Those not present, unfortunately, will miss their opportunity to provide oral public comments. Carolyn Hoskison, Chair of the Manifest Advisory Board, will call on each of the public commenters to give them access to speak and to use their camera if possible. So pre-registered commenters will receive a request to unmute your line and to share your video if you like. Please state your name and your organization, and you will have 5 minutes to speak. After the eManifest Advisory Board, after you speak, the eManifest Advisory Board Chair will allow the eManifest Advisory members to ask questions in response to your remarks. So with that said, I'm going to call on Kurt Ali, our meeting support contractor. Are you ready to have the first public commenter lined up?
Hi, Fred. Good morning. Yes, at this point, it appears that we only have one that's in there. Okay. If there are any additional public commenters that just came in the last probably minute or so, can you do a hand raise? And then I can see you. The only person I've seen so far is James Williams.
Okay. So we'll start with James Williams from ETC. If we don't have anyone else, we will just hopefully some others will join. I do know that we had others that had signed up and emailed me and said they were intended to participate. So and James just sent me an email. Okay, so I think can we try to bring on James and then try to circle back to others?
Yes.
Fred, somebody has their hand raised. Bill Connors.
Oh yeah, Bill Connors. Okay,
yes.
So yeah, he's one of them.
Yeah.
But if James is ready, maybe we can start with James and then go to Bill, and then we'll see who's ready after that. Is that okay, Fred?
Yeah, that's good. That'll work. If you're on, please, if you're a public commenter, please be patient. Don't leave because we don't want you to miss your opportunity. And for those who signed up, please, we hope that you hurry up and get logged in so we can get you on to provide your oral public comment.
So James, I see you on my screen. Are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm having some technical difficulty. I'm going to log off on my computer and just do this from my phone because I can't hear you from my computer for some reason.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
There are always extra complications in an online meeting that are different from if we were all sitting in the room. So
okay.
We'll give James a second. Is that you on the phone?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you just great.
Okay, and you can see me as well.
I can't see you, but I can hear you. So
Okay. Well, that's more.
That's
more
important.
Yes.
All right, so feel free to go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is James Williams, and I serve as Executive Director at the Environmental Technology Council here in Washington, D.C. ETC is the leading trade association that represents all sectors of the industrial hazardous waste treatment, transport, storage, and disposal industry. ETC member companies are major users of the e-manifest system. Additionally, many ETC member companies work closely with EPA during the development of the e-manifest system, continuously providing the agency with guidance and insight from an industry perspective. This collaboration has continued over the years as both parties desire to reach the goal of having a fully electronic manifest system. The agency's white paper lists 5 conceptual approaches that the agency believes will help us achieve this goal. They include site manager dispatcher signs electronic manifest, quicker sign, quick sign versus via services, daily dispatch uploads, data no image manifest, and sunset all paper manifest. While some of these concepts seem to be a step in the right direction, we stress that we view them simply as concepts. As is often stated, the devil is in the details. Therefore, we welcome additional discussion with EPA and the advisory board to learn how these concepts will actually work in the real world. Focusing on concept number 1, allowing site managers and dispatchers to sign electronic manifests should address many industry concerns regarding barriers to signing electronic manifests. During previous advisory board meetings, ETC submitted comments which stressed the difficulties of obtaining electronic signatures on EPA's e-manifest system when in the field, especially at certain locations such as loading and unloading docks, and also in remote areas where network access is limited or not available at all. Our comments also indicated that transport companies tend to experience very high turnover with their personnel, which makes it more challenging to train and register drivers for e-manifests. As a result of these and other identified roadblocks, we asked EPA and the advisory board to look at ways to make signing electronic manifests easier. The proposed concept of allowing the site manager dispatcher to sign electronic manifests is a step in the right direction and is supported by the ETC and its membership. Concept number 2, allowing quick sign to be a part of the process. Allowing industry users to complete the electronic manifest in an industry system could result in greater electronic manifest usage. It makes sense that the concept of quick signing electronic manifests would work hand in hand with site managers and or dispatchers signing electronic manifests. In previous comments, ETC and its members advocated for the ability to use their internal systems to complete and sign electronic manifests. Allowing system-to-system communication could result in greater electronic manifest usage and ultimately help us reach the goal of a fully electronic manifest system. Again, I stress fully that understanding operational details is key. Finally, on concept number 2, the white paper states that the concept would be easily implemented, but the agency projects a 6-month implementation timeframe. Under the concept of having site managers and dispatchers sign electronic manifests, the white paper goes on to note that the concept would be implemented quickly through formal communication from EPA, either in a memorandum or in response to the advisory board. Given that these 2 concepts work hand in hand, EPA needs to assess how the 2 can be implemented simultaneously. Data no image option may encourage electronic manifests on industry systems, but identified problems must be corrected. Because EPA intends to implement either the daily batch upload or the data no image option, but not both, we address these options together. ETC believes the data no image option in conjunction with quicker sign may be a workable improvement, but the daily batch upload option would impose unreasonable costs and burdens on industry and is not feasible. Additional comments on the data no image. As the board knows, Currently, ETC member companies and their customers mainly use data plus image manifests, which accounts for more than about 85% of all manifests. ETC companies made a substantial investment in the IT and training to implement the data plus image manifest system because EPA's fully electronic manifest proved overly complex and impractical. The data plus image manifest allows generators and transporters to use paper manifests until the waste shipments reaches the TSD facility, which then uploads the manifest as a data file to EPA's system. An image of the paper manifest with the generator, transporters, and TSD facility signatures must accompany the data upload. In order to transition from a data plus image manifest to electronic manifest, we have urged EPA to allow industry systems to capture electronic signatures rather than a wet ink signature on paper manifest, which would eliminate the need to upload an image. It's important to point out, as was discussed yesterday, that DOT will still require a paper copy of the manifest accompanying the shipment. As a result, it will not be possible to completely eliminate the paper manifest. Since the DOT document is a single page, not the multi-page document required by EPA manifest regulations, if EPA implements the data no image option, another useful improvement would be to adopt the single page manifest to be consistent with DOT. Then all parties could access the electronic manifest on industry systems and the single page paper manifest would be carried by the transporter. The data no image option seems, at least conceptually, to be a promising development. ETC member companies certainly want the ability to pull down via their APIs unique manifest tracking numbers in bulk from EPA's e-manifest system, which is a feature of the data no image option. I'm approaching the end here, but there are a couple of points I want to make. EPA must allow receiving facilities to use their own signature capturing technologies on their industry systems rather than mandating a limited number of acceptable methods. While we support the concept, there are several aspects of EPA's description of the data no image option that are problematic. First, EPA states that the users would be required to send an initial copy of the manifest to the e-manifest system, which would contain the initial handlers and agreed waste. EPA will subsequently perform a verification to identify the differences between the initial and final manifest and require accounting for significant discrepancies. The problem with this new requirement is that the initial manifests are frequently revised in transit to ensure that they are accurate. We hope that EPA does not intend to take on the administrative burden of verifying any and all differences between the initial and final manifests, which would likely require contacting the receiving facility and or generator and transporters, because such a process would be overwhelming and yield, in our opinion, no real benefits. If instead EPA intends to verify only significant differences, as the white paper suggests, that term is limited by regulation to a quantity difference in batch piece count or variances in bulk weight or a difference in waste type. While this would be a more limited verification, it also may not be necessary. Second, EPA states that industry systems will have to provide standardized electronic receipt to each party at each change of custody during the transit process, and apparently also upload the receipt to the e-manifest system. Without a more detailed explanation, we do not know exactly what EPA intends in this area, but a receipt process seems to us to be duplicative of the manifest itself. Third, EPA states that generators and transporters would have to access the e-manifest website to affirm the manifest information and to correct it and upload their receipt if they believe the receiving facility uploaded incorrect manifest information. The e-manifest system would identify any differences between the uploaded receipt and the original receipt sent by the industry systems. And the receiving facility would not be able to pay the lower electronic manifest fee if all parties do not verify the final manifest. We are somewhat perplexed by this proposal. In sum, we urge the board to favorably consider the basic no image option, but to seriously question the need for proposed receipts and data verification steps. Before concluding, I want to say a word or two about the concept of sunsetting all paper manifests. There's been some discussion on this yesterday during the question and answer session by some of the board members. One of the board members indicated that they do not support this approach, at least not at the moment. We echo those sentiments as well. ETC member companies have invested heavily in the IT programming and data processing necessary to operate the data plus image manifest, which currently, again, accounts for more than 85% of manifests. Sunsetting paper manifests would eliminate data plus image manifests, and based on our estimations, would also eliminate the paper usage throughout other forms of manifests, which could ultimately result in eliminating 99% of all manifests. In conclusion, EPA describes 3 integration approaches to receiving the manifest and biannual reporting forms to modify the biannual reporting process. The problem with all 3 approaches is that they are limited to collecting biannual reporting data missing from the paper manifest in the e-manifest system to pre-populate the biannual report, without addressing the real issue, which is that the e-manifest and the biannual reporting systems collect basically the same data on hazardous waste, creating 2 duplicative and overlapping databases, and requiring generators and TSD facilities to submit the same data multiple times. The ETC requests the board put forward a different option, such as a better conceptual approach would be for EPA to replace the biannual report in its current format with a report produced directly from the eManifest database, using the information currently available in eManifest. This approach would avoid imposing the duplicative burden of supporting 2 separate databases. I would like to thank the EPA and the advisory board team. I know all of you are working very hard on these issues. I appreciate the opportunity to testify. I also encourage both bodies to read our full written comments, and I look forward to any questions if there are any. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, James. Appreciate it. And I appreciate you persevering through the technical difficulties to be able to present your comments today. Let me turn to the board and ask if board members have any clarifying questions for James. I'm not seeing any hands up. James, apparently you made your points so clearly, nobody has any clarifying questions to ask you.
Well, either that or they read the actual written comments and it was very informative and they agree with everything we had to say.
I'll let you make up your own mind about that.
Right.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for providing those comments today. Are we ready for our second commenter who I believe is here, Bill Connors? Are we ready to turn to you? Are you ready for us to turn to you?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you and I can see you. Fantastic.
Great, thank you. Hazardous Waste eManifest Advisory Board members, EPA. I am Bill Connors, Senior Vice President of Compliance for Clean Harbors Environmental Services, Inc. and our affiliated companies. Our network of hazardous waste incinerators, landfills, and permitted transfer storage and disposal facilities represent over 100 waste management receiving locations. We operate 25 US-based motor carriers, and our different service operations are hazardous waste generators. Our company interacts with the eManifest system as a generator, transporter, and receiving facility, utilizing thousands of manifests a day. Technology to improve operations has always been a hallmark at Clean Harbors. In 1986, Clean Harbors subsidiary Safety Clean received EPA approval for electronic storage of manifest years before the current e-manifest program came into existence. In the years running up to the 2018 implementation of e-manifest, Clean Harbors opened our facilities to EPA contractors to use our data management systems as an example that they could consider when designing the e-manifest system. We continue to be active with the developer calls and the monthly webinars. And we understand there's substantial benefits to a more fully utilized electronic manifest system. Despite all the potential of the electronic system, since 2018, Clean Harbors has submitted almost 1.8 million data plus image manifests, yet completed less than 150 fully electronic manifests. Our desire to move to the electronic manifest as quickly as possible, but we've been patient in transitioning away from paper manifests until we can be confident the e-manifest system can support the needs of our generators and the disposal industry in a manner that will allow continued efficient movement of hazardous waste. As seen in the figures of utilization of electronic manifests being below 0.5%, we still have many concerns. In the Road to 100% Electronic Manifest white paper, EPA articulated a number of obstacles to implementing fully electronic manifesting. However, there are significant issues that have never been mentioned. By way of example, the ability of transporters to efficiently find and sign manifests when multiple manifests are on a single vehicle is not supported in the current system. When local waste is picked up from different generators, it's often transferred onto a long-haul trailer to deliver to a distant disposal facility. There may be dozens of manifests on that one long-haul trailer. The driver has to sign each manifest. When they are faced with all the manifests in a paper stack, it's a quick and easy process. For electronic manifests, all the manifests available to the transporter company are available for the driver to sign. Without the ability to associate all those manifests on the trailer into one batch, the driver has to hunt and peck through all the manifests to find the appropriate manifest to sign for the load. In a situation like ours, where there are thousands of active manifests available to the driver at any given time, searching through all those manifests one at a time would bring our network to a crashing halt. So prior attempts to increase electronic manifest usage by EPA, in our opinion, have been one-off changes to address specific issues. This approach has lacked an overall vision to address many of the major impediments to electronic manifest adoption in a cohesive, comprehensive way. For this reason, Clean Harbors has not embraced more fully electronic manifesting. However, the daily batch upload and data no image solutions offer a new direction to addressing e-manifest limitations. In these options, EPA has set forth the elements of the electronic manifest process, but allows industry to use our existing systems to provide the data by any means we see fit. By allowing industry to use our existing systems for managing the manifest process from the creation to termination, EPA is leveraging years of system development that addresses the unique operational constraints of each individual company. Clean Harbors supports this methodology and encourages EPA to continue with the e-manifest development philosophy, where EPA only sets forth end data requirements and allows industry to use its system to meet the objectives. With this new implementation philosophy, we are leery of some of the proposed changes. With respect to the new data image option, the data no image option, EPA is proposing new manifest verification steps for transporters and generators for all manifests after the receiving facility terminates the manifest. Although not stated in the white paper, Clean Harbors anticipates that generators and transporters will impose on the receiving facilities to support their certification process. This will create an unnecessary administrative burden on the receiving facilities that is not justified to address the 3% of manifest errors that typically exist. Clean Harbors would encourage the EPA to keep the existing manifest discrepancy procedures in place for use on manifest where it is necessary and not implement new blanket multi-party verifications. Likewise, we are concerned about the new undefined receipt that would be required for the generator and transporters. We would urge EPA to use the image of the manifest as a receipt and leverage the delivery logistics of the industry systems to decide what the best way to implement these procedures. With respect to sunsetting paper manifests, Clean Harbors is not in favor of setting an arbitrary date until it has seen how the current proposals play out. The e-manifest system has 4 years of examples where reality has not met the expectations. Eliminating paper manifests without a proven functioning electronic process could disrupt the entire hazardous waste disposal system. There's no harm in allowing time to see how the current proposals affect fully electronic manifest utilization before an informed sunset decision is made. Finally, Clean Harbors supports EPA's efforts to leverage electronic manifesting for biennial data reporting. Many of the data points necessary to complete the biennial report forms are already captured in our data systems, so incorporating the data into e-manifest should be a manageable process. However, we share EPA's concerns with data discrepancies. The current e-manifest system now allows state regulators to make corrections to records and send requests to generators and TSDFs to make corrections. Although this process is fairly new, the regulatory corrections made within RCRA e-manifests provide additional obstacles and administrative burdens on TSDFs to ensure that our systems accurately reflect those changes made in the e-manifest system. If not properly identified and fixed, these will become errors in the biennial reporting system that will have to be researched and manually reconciled at the time of reporting. In closing, Clean Harbors is cautiously optimistic that the site manager, dispatcher signing, quick sign via services, data batch upload, or the data no image options, if adopted, would advance the utilization of electronic manifesting. These proposals eliminate many of the hurdles that have kept Clean Harbors from using electronic manifesting today and would provide the mechanism whereby we could all enjoy the benefits of the system that the system has the potential to deliver. Thank you for your consideration of our comments.
Bill, thank you so much. Appreciate your comments. I will now turn to the board to ask if any board members have any clarifying questions for you on your remarks. Stacy.
Hi, Mr. Connors. This is Stacy Sinclair. I want to thank you for your comments. At the beginning of your comments, you mentioned that the proposals that we're reviewing don't address multiple manifests on a single vehicle for the transporters. I'm curious if in your opinion that would be handled through the dispatcher or the site manager approach, or how that does not line up from your industry perspective.
Yeah, so but my comments there were based on the current system does not have a way where a driver could quickly and easily identify the individual manifests that are associated with that vehicle, whereas our own internal systems have a way to link all those manifests together. So in the in the dispatcher site manager signature process, they would still have the same concerns with the existing system, where the dispatcher or the site manager would have to look at all the available manifests and hunt and peck to find each one to identify and electronically sign. If the EPA didn't do further programming on the existing system to be able to batch those manifests to a single vehicle. But if they go down the route of the data batch upload and the data no image options, where we're using the industry systems to manage the manifest transfer process outside of the e-manifest system, no additional programming would be required by EPA, and it would still function in our own existing systems. So that's why we think these proposals would be beneficial, because the programming to address those types of concerns are already addressed in our system today.
Understood. Thank you very much.
All right, Jennifer has her hand up.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Hopper. I just have a question about the vinyl reporting and your comment about how the regulatory community using, or the states using, the correction button, and how it could cause administrative issues. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so this is very early in the process, and what we are seeing is when the regulatory corrections are made in the e-manifest system, and then we're notified about that, we are going back into our data and trying to make corresponding revisions so that our data is consistent with the data that is in the e-manifest system. And then we're running into a number of failed uploads, trying to re-upload our data back into the e-manifest system. So there's something about this new change that is affecting our APIs and our ability to upload corrected information, that after we've made corresponding adjustments in our system. And we're still working through that with the EPA technical staff to try to resolve it. I mentioned that more as an example of an unintended consequence that's happened as we try to do programming in two different systems and make sure that they're consistent and work correctly.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm looking to see if any other board members have any clarifying questions. I don't see any hands up. Jackie.
Yeah, thank you. So just to clarify on your previous comment about daily batch upload and data no image, neither of them would require a significant burden of modification to your existing systems, is what I'm hearing.
We don't think it would require a significant change. These are still conceptual items, but based on what we've seen and what we've been looking at so far, we think that our systems would be able to handle it fairly well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Pause for a moment to see if anyone thinks of any. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. So thank you, Bill, very much for your comments and for answering the board's questions. And also thank you to James. We have checked and we do not seem to have any other public commenters who have logged on to provide their comments. So I will ask just one last time if there are any of the other pre-registered public commenters who are here and I just don't see you. Raise your hand. I'm scrolling through the participants who are here and I don't see any additional public commenters. So I think we have heard from both of our public commenters who came. Again, thank you, James and Bill. And so Fred and I have conferred in the background, and we have decided that we have earned ourselves a 10-minute break. Everybody loves breaks. So we will take a 10-minute break. According to my phone, it is 10:44. So maybe we can make it an 11-minute break and come back at 10:55. Fred, does that work for you? Thumbs up from Fred. He's really the boss. So 10:55, we will reconvene after a short break, and we will at that point move into the charge question. So thank you, everyone. See you in 10 minutes.
Fred?
Yes.
Team shared you a message about my response to Clean Harbors. We've been working together. Long story. But wanted to make sure I can respond that way.
You sent me an email?
No, team chat.
Okay, I'm sorry, Miss. I'll follow up with you in a moment. Give me a second. I gotta catch up and get your team message.
Awesome, thanks.
Okay, so Carolyn, I was gonna do a quick roll call to see if we have everybody to get started. So do we have Lauren?
I'm here.
Okay, great. Terry Bear?
Here, Fred.
Okay, Jennifer Hopper,
I'm here.
Tavik Kosar, let's see.
I'm here.
Angie Martin,
Present.
Stacy Sinclair.
I'm here. Thank you, Fred.
Okay, great. Thank you. And Jackie Velasquez.
I'm here as well. Thank you.
And you
Great, thank
skipped
you.
Sixto, who's here too.
Oh,
Fred,
six. I'm
I'm
sorry.
here.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Sorry
That's all
about
right.
that.
That's all right.
Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to Carolyn. The board is about to deliberate on each of the charge questions. Carolyn will facilitate that process, and she'll start by reading the first charge question into the record. Carolyn?
Great, excellent. And I think Frank is pulling up. I think we can go to slide 82. All right, so charge question 1. All right, so question 1 starts off, EPA seeks advice from the advisory board on the agency's proposed policy solution to allow site managers and dispatchers to sign electronic manifests as the generator, transporter, and receiving facility. Part A of the question is, to what extent does the advisory board support EPA's proposed policy solution of allowing the site manager dispatcher to sign electronic manifests in lieu of dock workers or drivers? And the lead discussant to answer this charge question is Sixto Ortiz. So I will turn it over to you, Sixto.
Hello, good morning, everybody. And I'm Sixto Ortiz with WM, and I will kick this off. So, well, my opinion on this particular issue is that this is definitely a step in the right direction for EPA. I mean, I think this is it. This is going to add much flexibility, especially for transporters, because we've discussed over and over the issue with transporters that basically, because of the turnover in drivers, especially, it's a pretty tough administrative burden for transporter companies to have to constantly keep new driver employees signed into the system, authenticated, etc. So this is definitely a step in the right direction. I'm not sure that this is going to impact TSDS as much, because TSDS typically have personnel on site who are assigned essentially to sign the documentation and then upload to RECRA info. This might be good for some generators, especially in cases where, for example, you may have a loading dock in a process area, for example, and here I'm thinking of maybe a chemical plant or something along those lines where you cannot have a cell phone in place. So this might be a good option for those types of situations where it's better to offload the activity to somebody who's at a desk in an office setting. In my opinion, the key will be to ensure that there is good coordination between personnel who physically handle and prepare the waste for shipment, and then personnel who are going to sign. especially important for generators who have to sign the certification in box 15 of the documentation. Facilities are going to have to create some kind of process or system to make sure that communication takes place between the people handling the waste and the folks who sign, so that people are comfortable signing that certification. So with that, I will open it up for discussion.
So this is
I
Angie.
think
Oh,
I
go
was
ahead.
gonna, Angie, I was gonna turn to Angie next
That's what I was guessing. Sorry, Carolyn.
as the associate discussant. Thank you.
Yeah, so Angie Martin, Heritage Environmental. I love this idea. I think it's a step in the right direction. I do agree with Sixto that there'll be different uses for generators, transporters, TSDs, and then let's not forget our brokers. We have to make sure that we think about the brokers. But I want to talk a little bit about site manager, as if we want to make these people site managers, because I think they need some permissions somewhere between site managers and certifiers, because some of the folks that might be dispatchers, I don't know that we want to give them all the controls that a site manager might have, but they're going to need more than what a certifier needs. So what I would like to propose is EPA considering making yet one more level of permissions that would accomplish this. And then I would also suggest to EPA heavily to stay away from the word dispatcher. And maybe because we're talking about generators, transporters, TSDs, and possibly brokers is doing the sign feature, I think we want to make sure that we call it something else, because maybe it's a dispatcher, maybe it's some other remote employee from the transportation company, that maybe it's a person just called on to sign on these manifests. So what, in summary, the site manager is able to get the API key in order to do those batch signatures. The certifier can't, but I don't know that we want to give everyone that would be able to do this function site manager privileges. But once again, I agree, there are plenty of times where there are not signals for dock manager, dock workers, or even like in basements of colleges and universities. Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you so much. So now we've heard from our lead discussant and our associate discussant. So Fred, I believe the next step is to ask the EPA team if they have any clarifying questions about.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you open the question up to the rest of the board?
Oh, sorry.
Then we'll ask more clarifying questions after that.
Next to the rest of the board, and I see Stacy has her hand up.
Good morning. This is Stacy Sinclair. First I want to thank Sixto and Angie for getting us started on this question and being the first one. Yay, go team. Also, I want to appreciate what Angie mentioned about levels of permissions. I'm thinking about this from a slightly different lens. Such waste manifests not only are handled by operational sites, but also by construction sites. Construction sites can be very complicated partnerships where the owner is not necessarily the one out in the field doing the day-to-day work and is working with contractors and their subs. That issue of coordinating when the waste, goes back to the owner as the generator, and yet, kind of negotiating what waste is going on which truck and how much of it. There are a lot of layers there. So I do like the idea of being able to manage some of this more centrally. There is obviously a lot of turnover in the field of staff at all levels. Being able to designate limited permissions, I think, would be very helpful to certify that, yes, what was designated to go on onto that vehicle is actually what is on that vehicle, I think would be helpful to that process. Another aspect of supporting this is by by identifying these roles with permissions, I think that would also support centralizing training in terms of the role and responsibilities of the site manager and the certifier. I also kind of have an issue with the term dispatcher being confusing. Maybe it's just because I'm in transit and we dispatch operators that many people call drivers, and that's different from this particular task. I think another thing that just to consider is if the signatory does not include the person driving that transporter, and yet that transporter is who's responsible for what is actually on the vehicle, that could create some concern for the transporter that can possibly be addressed by allowing that person to verify. That does go back to the issue of having technology available at that point of contact. As you've mentioned in the previous, having access to technology at certain locations can be a challenge, especially with Wi-Fi, can be a challenge on a construction site with a lot of dust, making printers work. That can be another challenge. So there still are some things that need to be thought through, but just wanted to bring those pieces up, and also to consider the impacts as related to small businesses, especially those that are disadvantaged businesses. Equity is something that I think we all need to be mindful of, especially as we're thinking about new procedures and processes. So there may possibly be opportunities to offset those complications, but let's think through those as we go through the process today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Stacy, thank you so much. I believe Terry was next to have his hand up.
Thank you, Carolyn. Terry Bear, ADEQ. So first, I really want to thank EPA. I remember discussing 2 years ago about just how limited Chrome Air was and requiring that certification at every single level. So obviously really shows the extent and how open EPA has been to suggestions on how to further increase adoption. So I just want to give that first. I agree with my colleagues that this is definitely a step in the right direction. I think in principle, this helps to solve about the kind of the 80%. I still think that there's some further discussion about, some of those other more remote scenarios that have been discussed before. So for example, I think having someone that can manage the electronic is great, but not sure how that solves, getting that paper copy to the driver that's out in, someplace where they don't have Wi-Fi, or in that scenario where it's an emergency response situation. And so if someone's going out at 3 o'clock in the morning to do a rollover, probably not going to be a site manager or anybody around to manage that document. So I think there's definitely some further discussion around those aspects, but nonetheless, I agree with my colleagues that definitely a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Terry, thanks. And I think Jennifer was the next with her hand up.
Thank you. This is Jennifer Hopper with Maryland Department of Environment. One of the main issues that it just keeps sending up red flags for me is how to deal with VSQGs that do not have EPA numbers. I know hybrid is the most common use right now, but if we sunset paper, I don't know if that will eliminate the hybrid path for those VSQGs that do not have an EPA number. So that is definitely something we would have to, take in consideration. Also, temporary numbers. Not every state enters their temporary numbers into RecRe info, or like Terry said, there might have been an emergency in the middle of the night where a temporary ID number is used, but has not had the opportunity to put it into record info until, 24 to 48 hours later. So there will be nobody to be able to sign those. So as everyone is saying, it is definitely a step in the right direction, but there's still some nuances that we would have to, consider and have contingency plans for them. Also, need to look into multi certifiers, whether it's site managers and then other members that are certifiers, that because sometimes there's going to be, site managers are mostly managers, and they could be in meetings and don't have access or can't get in out of the meeting to be excuse me, to be able to sign the manifest. Or we recommend 2 site managers for each site, but sometimes both of them will not be available at that specific time. So we need to make sure that there is other people within the organization that has certifying rights that is allowed to sign the e-manifest on behalf of the site manager. So that it's something else that we need to, make sure and consider, especially for small businesses that only might have 1 or 2 people in upper management that are not available to sign. So bigger corporations, they probably have multiple people that can, but needs to be considered. And I think that's all I have.
Jennifer, thank you so much. And Jackie had her hand up next.
Yeah, so I just kind of reflecting what other commenters have mentioned. I really think this, as we're looking at all of these solutions working in concert to make e-manifest adoption easier and reduce the burden on companies, I really think there are a lot of differences in between all of the procedures and policies that every level of company and every size of company really uses. Like people have mentioned, for smaller companies, the relationship between potentially a dock worker or somebody in management probably looks very different for some, as opposed to maybe a larger manufacturing environment or something along those lines. So I think this, this question just helps to move us in that right direction of allowing some additional flexibility depending on what that company hierarchy looks like. Because at the end of the day, we want to give people flexibility to have the right person with the right level of training and the right level of information about what that waste is, signing off and having their name associated with that load. So I think from a training perspective, this allows people a little bit of additional flexibility in who the right person to be trained and to what level is. I think it allows, for the person potentially who has the most experience with that waste profile and with what the waste actually contains, to potentially be the signatory, which I think with the right level of communication is potentially the more appropriate choice in some cases. And at the end of the day, the onus for compliance with this and with the onus for compliance about, how this communication takes place and who is that signatory really it's on the company at the end of the day to make that right decision for them. And I don't necessarily think that, we should be, pushing people in one direction or another. I think we should be giving people flexibility to make that right choice for them. So I think that's all I had to say really on this. And I think previously, I think Stacy had mentioned yesterday about, potentially different processes for non-hazardous versus hazardous waste. If people decide to take this option. So again, I think if we're giving people a little bit of additional flexibility, maybe they can, come up with some sort of, comprehensive process for manifest or non-hazardous BOL sign-offs. Maybe that kind of matches their give them a little bit more flexibility. So I think that was all my comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jackie. And Angie has her hand up.
Kind of wanting some people mentioned some things that I thought would be worth commenting on. So one, I understand, and it never occurred to me that the hybrid was the answer for the VSQGs, but I would want to make sure that it's on the record that hybrid is an option that's going to be incredibly difficult in the field to go from a handwritten manifest to have drivers who are in very short supply, who have 1 hour to make their turn there, do the hybrid entry. So I just want to make sure that's kind of out there. And we've said that during this meeting, race I have. And then BSQGs, I know Jen's brought that up multiple times. And I want to point out that EPA uses the EPA ID number as the primary account key. which does sometimes make folks who choose to use a manifest or who are required by their states to use a manifest difficult. Is it possible for EPA to consider using a different value than the EPA ID number as a site key that might solve some of these VSQG issues that we're having?
All right, Angie, thank you. I don't see any additional hands from the board to add any more comments on charge question 1A. Oh, 6-2.
All right, I'll try to be quicker when it comes to going from mute back to not mute. So, no, I mean, my thought here, hearing everybody's input is that maybe when EPA adopts this particular option and they communicate the option via memo or some other mechanism, that it might be good for EPA to maybe put some guidelines as to the qualifications that the person signing should have, so that companies can figure out, okay, this is the target that we need to hit when it comes to people who sign. So that might be helpful. So something for EPA to maybe think about. That's all.
Excellent, thank you. Stacy.
Well, Sexto, since you mentioned training related to qualifications, this is a particular area, kind of a hot button that I think about quite often. The requirements by EPA versus requirements for DOT versus requirements from safety and OSHA, et cetera. They're not currently aligned. There is alignment in certain areas, but they're not fully aligned, and it creates confusion, especially in the area of construction. And so I think that it would be incredibly helpful that if we're going to define some roles, defining what the qualifications are. There's a big difference between having somebody sitting behind a computer in a trailer in an office, taking a look at something and recognizing whether something truly is hazardous waste or not, making sure that the manifest is accurate. That's a very different knowledge set than being out on a construction site and do they have the safety training to make sure that they're not in harm's way while they're confirming that the right material is being put onto the right truck. And so considering that and giving some guidance to the field in relation to that, I think could be an incredible benefit. I think as I'm looking at kind of all the charge questions, I think this, and listening carefully to the public comments that were offered, I think that if people feel something is of benefit to them in the work that they're doing, then they tend to go in that direction. So if we're having to pull people in a direction, we need to take a look at what we're doing and whether what we're offering is really what the field is looking for. I think there's a lot of interest in streamlining efforts and in having data verification that's not onerous, and possibly through clear roles and responsibilities in this process that could provide some of that streamlining that would be helpful. It's not the same skill set needed for these different roles necessarily. So just to support that effort.
Thank you, Stacy. And now Jackie.
Yeah, I would just to highlight that as well. I think like what Stacy was talking about with trying to make it easy for people to do the right thing. I mean, creating additional record info, sign-ins for people, for dock workers or other transporters who might have high turnover is definitely it's an onerous ask. And it lends itself to people not necessarily making choices that are in line with EPA guidance or kind of the correct choice. So I think obviously the onus for that is on companies, but I think there's something to be said for making it easier for that right person of skill and that right person of experience to sign off on things with their own account.
Thank you. I do not see any additional hands from the board to offer any additional comments. So now I will turn to the EPA e-manifest folks to see if you have any clarifying questions for any of the board members with regard to the feedback that they shared.
Yes, hello, this is Steve Donnelly. Yes, we do have some clarifying questions. I believe Scott Christian will be up in just a moment to present them.
Thank you. So first question to Angie, this is Scott Christian. Sorry. First question to Angie, which was, so yes, while we developed quicker sign to be signed by the site manager and certifier, are you referring to a separate API access role, and certifiers would still use the system? So that's where I'm trying to go. Is your vision for this, the certifier still uses the system, and then we have a separate role just for API and can't really do much else?
So help me work through my vision here, but sure. I just don't think that making some of these people site managers, that's too much. They can do too many things as site managers. So that's not what we want to do. We don't want to, because we could have a dispatcher is doing a lot of different things. They're probably not going to be adding and subtracting or correcting manifest things site managers can do. But a certifier doesn't have access to the API key to do these signatures that we're talking about. So my vision is something in between a certifier and the site manager, and maybe we even call it like a remote signing app or like person, you know what I'm saying? Like we make like instead of calling it dispatcher, call it something a little bit more generic that would open it up to generators, transporters, TSDs, and then potentially brokers, which I feel like we're still working through the broker thought process. All of us are. So does that answer your question, Scott?
Yeah, and actually answered my next question.
Oh.
Which was, I hear people don't appreciate the word dispatcher, that there's a lot of connotation. So my question to the board, and I don't know if Fred's going to yell at me, request for the paper is to have suggestions of what we could do and call this. Your remote signer, that to me makes sense, but I'm not allowed to say that, am I? So that's our request. We agreed on that. And then lastly, the last question was unique idea. Just, you don't have to do it now, but just you said you wanted it on the record, but to please elaborate on turning a hybrid around and the hybrid manifest around in a limited amount of time. Using a systems approach, the people can copy internal systems, they can use templates. So we just wanted to hear more about these roadblocks that you mentioned. So,
and I don't know, Carolyn, would it be specific? Is this the time to mention that, or should we do it at a different time?
I think the key is we want to make sure that your thoughts are on the record. So if you have them, let's hear them. Well, we got it.
So
thank you.
My understanding of a hybrid manifest is that the generator fills out the manifest, and then the driver arrives, and in order to make it a fully electronic manifest, the driver is using his cell phone, tablet, computer, whatever, to move the information from paper to his system or her system. Traditionally, drivers, when they go to a site and they pull up, it's different for every company, but we give each loading an hour of demurrage. So remember, your driver has 11 hours to drive and 14 hours of total time that he can work in a day unless he's working under an exemption. And we are trying to service as many customers in a day as we can. So an hour demurrage, and if you go over an hour demurrage, then we charge by the hour. And if we go over an hour demurrage, we're less likely to get the number of miles we need driven in a day by the truck driver. So I personally don't think that putting data entry on the driver while he has a limited amount of time, particularly maybe no interest in making it correct, is a great way to do it. Now, we have some other options that are on the table, having to do with pulling the MTN numbers and doing things ahead of time. I think that's a better way to get there than the hybrid model. But Stacy has mentioned a couple times that I have 2 emergency responses and things that are happening on the side of the road. So I'm not sure that we're ever going to get to 100% of anything and get that silver bullet that Steve wants for everything. But I wanted to make sure you guys understood that going from paper to electronic with a limited number of drivers with a limited amount of time in their day to make their dispatch is an issue. Does that help you understand what I'm trying to say?
It does, and Fred, I'm going to clarify the hybrid. So what in the current way the system is built, granted, yes, you mentioned accidents on the side of the road and things like that. That's where a manifest would have to be created. But for the hybrids, they're usually created before a driver even gets there, put into schedule, so they're already filled out. The requirement for the generator is to keep a piece of paper that's printed out of the system, because that's their record, since in many cases, the hybrid, they don't have access to the system yet, or access to the system, period, because of, they don't have an ID. So in many cases, they wouldn't be doing the data entry. But I do hear your point about if they do show up to a site and there's nothing there, then a manifest has to be created. There are obviously shortcuts that can be made where you can have pull down the generator ID, transport ID, but okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Certainly. And that piece of paper becomes problematic if it has to be printed, and depends on what type of employee is there, whether or not they're going to have access to a printer. I certainly would rather be able to email a PDF as opposed to hand somebody a printed piece of paper, which most people, or text them or something. Just would like to say that.
Both Stacy and Jennifer in that order have their hands up. So do you have more to add to this discussion, Stacy?
Just wanted to note, Scott had asked not only about the hybrid, but also suggestions for what different permissions levels might look like. And I'd be more than happy to put some thought into that. What would be super helpful, if that's possible, is just a list of all the different tasks within the system. No need to identify who, which of these roles are doing it in the current design, but then we can kind of look at from different perspectives, how might we work with that to help get to an answer for you.
Awesome. Yeah, I will send that to Fred. And before lunch, I will send that to Fred so he can send it to like I did with Lawrence.
So just to clarify, I'm sorry. I'm having technical difficulties. Can y'all still hear me?
I can hear you and see you.
Okay, my screen is not behaving for me. So just to clarify, so at this point in the meeting, is strictly for the advisory board to be responding to the charge questions. As far as like information exchange, at this point, it's not appropriate. I know that Stacy wants to try to answer. I guess, was that Stacy that wants to answer Scott's question? The best way to approach that is to, and you mentioned, you want to give some thought to his clarifying question. The best way to approach that is to get that thought out, before the meeting's over, so you can capture it within the charge. But and the reason why I had to be a stickler about this is because, the public has already had an opportunity to engage the board and provide. There's also been written public comment provided that's in the docket, in addition to the oral. But we had to make sure it's fair in regards to the balance of addressing the board. The board's EPA had a full day plus a little bit time this morning. So am I clear? As you'll follow me. So in other words, Stacy, try to answer the clarifying question within the scope of the time frame before the meeting. So if you can't think of how to exactly answer it now, provide that within context of the charge question before the meeting's over, so it doesn't come off as a new idea.
Oh yeah, Fred, my humble opinion here, it's not a new question. It's just she wants to see, in my opinion, Stacy can correct me if I'm wrong. She wants to see our list of roles that we have in the system. This is publicly available information of the list of roles and where to find them, so that she can actually answer this question more fully, because it's something they had brought up.
So
Fred, I'll just leave it at this.
Yeah, okay.
I think one of the things that you're hearing from me, I won't speak for the other board members, but what I'm hearing from some of them is having different roles seems to be a benefit for this, but defining the person that takes on these roles or parts of these roles is very unique to each business. So, and the available staffing for these businesses. So dividing up these roles into more permissions levels that can make this a more malleable system to meet the needs of more industry, I think is really what we're thinking about here, or at least what I'm thinking about here. It would really support training and having procedures and internal QA/QC, and might help resolve some of the challenges that we've been thinking about as we've been looking at these charge questions. So, if there's more input that EPA would like on, how to flesh out the concept of permission levels, I think personally, I want to piggyback on what Jackie said earlier, which is the more flexibility that we can provide. I think we can all slice up that pie of roles as best meets the needs of that particular business and or role within the process.
Okay, I think that's fair. And so thank you so much, Stacy, for clarifying and providing that additional insight. And I think that's all fair game for the meeting minutes to capture in the record to address EPA's clarifying questions. Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, Thomas.
Jennifer now has her hand up. So if I could turn to Jennifer.
Just want to, I guess, say about to go back to the hybrid. I guess my question is kind of like, is your vision with the hybrid, and if it's still, an option, is kind of with the attitude that it's very, very similar to the electronic version, where a lot of it's going to be done pre-arrival of pickup. And instead of having someone call site manager to go log in to sign, they'll just have the hard copy with them to sign. And it would then just be put into the system by the transporter as they're leaving. It's just basically everything leading up to how it's signed is basically generally the same concept. It's just that one way would be they'll sign the paper versus having a site manager log in and sign. Is that the way you're thinking?
That's the way the hybrid currently works, is that copy is signed by the generator and kept. The transporter enters in the generator's name and date and then signs in the system, and then it goes full electronic from there.
This is Brian Gross. So the hybrid manifest, it is an electronic manifest, which means it originates in the system. So presumably the initial transporter already prints out a copy of that electronic manifest for the generator to sign once they arrive to the facility. And that manifest is then a copy of record, or the initial copy of record for the generator, but the manifest, and I just want to mention the transporter also would sign that paper copy with ink signature, but the dispatcher would sign the manifest in the system based on the call that they would get from the driver. That's kind of how I'm envisioning it, if that makes any sense.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Scott, did the EPA team have more clarifying questions?
Those are the three that I had sent over to Steve. Steve, do you have any others?
This is Steve Donnelly. I'm just going to confirm, but we do not have any further clarifying questions on this charge 1A. So we'll move on.
Okay, so thinking about our timing, Fred, it is 11:37. We're scheduled to have a lunch break at noon. Do we want to start in on question 1B before lunch, or how do you want to manage our time?
Yes, I think, yeah, because I don't want us to run out of time or bleed over into lunch. So let's just break for lunch now, like we did yesterday. Everybody gets an extra 20 minutes.
All right, and we will come back from lunch at 1 o'clock.
Yep.
And then we will discuss charge question 1B when we come back from lunch at 1 o'clock. All right. Thank you, everyone. See you. Have a nice lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you. Frank, could you put up the break slide, please? And for return at 1 o'clock. Thanks. Hey, welcome back, everyone. I was gonna, Carolyn, it's okay with you. I was gonna do a quick roll call and then hand it back off to you.
Great.
So hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. So let's start with Lauren in Kona.
I'm here.
Great. Harry Bear.
Here, Fred.
Thank you. Jennifer Hopper.
I'm here.
Thank you. Taviko Sar.
I'm here, Fred.
Angie Martin.
Good afternoon, Fred.
Good afternoon. Sixto.
Hello, Fred. How you doing?
Hello. Hello. Stacy Sinclair.
Hello.
Hello. And Jackie Velasquez.
Hi again.
I see. Okay, thank you. I'll turn it over to Carolyn.
Great, thank you so much. So before lunch today, we discussed charge question 1A. We're going to move on to question 1B now that we're back. So I will read the question. Question 1 says EPA seeks advice from the advisory board on the agency's proposed policy solution to allow site managers, dispatchers to sign electronic manifests as the generator, transporter, and receiving facility. Part B of that question is please discuss the advantages and disadvantages of this proposed solution, specifically as it relates to increasing the use of electronic manifests and addressing data quality concerns. Our lead discussant is Sixto Ortiz, so I will turn it over to you, Sixto.
Thank you. So this is Sixto with WM, and let's see what I did here. I just outlined a couple of advantages and a couple of disadvantages. So I will go through those right quick to kick off the discussion. I'm sure more will come up as we talk about it, but the advantages with this are pretty clear. I mean, you got increased flexibility, especially for transporter companies who have a lot of drivers. And so they have an increased administrative burden in trying to keep people kind of registered in the system. The other advantage that I see is that you're always going to have someone with access to RECRA info because they're going to be in some kind of office setting where internet is available. So they will always be there in order to be able to sign. So let's see, a couple of disadvantages that I kind of picked up on was the fact that, well, here clearly there's no line of sight from the person signing to the person physically preparing the shipment for transport, transporting it, or receiving the waste. So we're assuming here that the person in the office is not at the dock or the place where the action, so to speak, is taking place. So companies are going to have to come up with some way for that information to be conveyed to the person signing so that they're comfortable signing. And that goes on to my next disadvantage, is that you got to ensure that the requirements, especially for box 15, where the person signing has to meet or has to sign the certification, making sure that those requirements are met so that that person who is signing remotely, they're comfortable making that certification. So there might be logistical situations in practice where that situation may become a little challenging to kind of administratively handle. So with that, I'll kick off the discussion. I think, Angie, you're next because you're the associate discussant. So I'll kick it over to you.
Angie?
All right, Angie Martin, Heritage Environmental. So once again, we really like this option. And obviously advantages include having solid internet coverage wherever that dispatcher or remote signer is, and not having to register individual drivers. We really, really like that. On the disadvantage side, one thing that we haven't really talked about much is if there are multiple transporters, we still have to make sure each individual transporter is registered. And sometimes when there's multiple transporters, they're not always often hazardous waste, they're hazardous materials, but not hazardous waste transporters. So we have that. And then the other issue that I want to bring up now, and I'll bring up again later, is that if we go with the option where there's the daily upload, we might have generators uploading and multiple transporters uploading. So we can talk about that in that section. Making sure we have paper at the right times is a disadvantage. And then there was a discussion about documentation requirements regarding what to put in box 14, I believe. And that proposed documentation seemed to be loosely, but not quite, related to DOT rail documentation options at 49 CFR 172-204A3. This is also on white paper, page 17, footnote. Is this really the case? Did you guys talk to DOT? We don't really think that that's required, that note in box 14. If the dispatcher/transporter is executing a signature, then their identity should be self-evident, as they presumably will need to be logged in or use their API key. And then the other disadvantage was we'd like to have one more place between maybe a security level lower than site manager and higher than certifications. And those are my comments.
Angie, thank you. So I will turn to the rest of the board to see if other board members have additional reactions to charge question 1B. Jennifer.
Good afternoon. This is Jennifer Hopper with Maryland Department of Environment. I think that Sixto and Angie covered a lot of the advantages and disadvantages, but to elaborate on some of what they said is that the permission levels, especially with facilities that cannot get a hold of the person that is certified as the site manager or certifier, we need to make sure, a disadvantage is that we're going to have multiple people available or backups. So that could become an issue, because it become an issue in two different ways. An issue in a sense of not having enough staff to be multiple backups, or not getting a hold of site managers and there is no backup. I don't know if this is, I guess this is a clarifying question maybe for maybe Angie or Sixto can answer, but most of this site manager and dispatcher sounds more geared towards Record Info version of eManifest, but I know a lot of industry has their own internal. So how would the facility, the generator, be able to sign the manifest with an internal versus the RecRa info version?
Stacy, you have your hand up. I don't know if you have an answer to Jennifer's question or a different question. I don't know if anyone has a response to Jennifer's question.
No, mine was just to speak later.
So my response to Jennifer's question is that my preference would be for the facilities to do most everything on our side and our, what's the word that they call it? Our application, and manage all of it on our application, and at the end do one single Chrome error signature on the back end. That would be like the perfect world, but I don't know that that's an option here that we're talking about.
Jennifer, did that address your question? You're on mute.
Sorry, it's Jennifer Hopper again. It does answer my question, but it also brings up the question of, the signature on the facility, the generator side, being, if there's no internet access, they can't sign your tablet for your internal database. So that would become an issue, I guess. So that could be a disadvantage of giving the option of somebody else other than the person standing there signing. I think that's pretty much all I have.
Thanks. All right, Stacy had her hand up for a different feedback.
Yeah, I want to piggyback on, I think that the concept in general, I think is very promising. The devil's in the details, as they say. And there's so many different users, and different business models that makes setting anything, challenging. So one, I want to appreciate EPA, putting forth, something that's innovative and working towards the intent of increasing use of the system. I think with some minor tweaks, a lot of these issues might be sorted out. We've already talked about having different permission levels, and maybe they are things that could be set by the users as long as the steps are accomplished. I think this would give a lot of opportunity for both EPA training as well as trainings within larger organizations, and also some guidance in terms of requirements, different settings. A couple of things that I think would be very helpful to think through as the EPA is looking at this solution would be, one, explore how this design might affect different working spaces, such as construction sites, which are much more fluid in nature, and a lot more staffing changes than even an operational site. Please, in the lens of equity, let's look at the effect on small businesses, disadvantaged businesses, and any disproportionate load that may be unintended, and how some of that may be able to be offset creatively. Also thinking about the same organization is likely dealing with non-hazardous as well as hazardous manifesting. Having completely separate procedures is just ripe for more confusion and makes it, I'll just say, less easy to adopt this system. And when errors happen, because that happens, we're humans, take a look through the entire steps of the process and what roles would be able to implement corrections, how to do it so that it doesn't involve large numbers of people / time in order to do the right thing, and yet still protect the quality of the data that you're looking for.
Thank you, Stacy. Harry, you have your hand up, but all I see is your background and not you. Are you in there? There you are.
Sorry, I closed the lens thing when we went on lunch and forgot to reopen it. I just wanted to throw a comment out just for consideration for EPA. I know that my inspectors have used the manifest as a means of identification about who and who shouldn't have DOT training as being kind of the offer for shipments. If obviously this is being done by somebody in the office, that's going to, I think, complicate or something for consideration about, how do we identify that, that the proper staff are being trained in, DOT regs for offering a shipment. So just something I wanted to throw out there.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you.
And Jackie is up next.
Yeah, not necessarily new ideas, but I just kind of wanted to also kind of touch on what Angie was talking about in terms of increasing use of electronic manifests. I mean, I think one of the key benefits here is I think that opportunity to keep people in app and have more touch points within Record Info and the actual e-manifest app. Instead of just industry systems, I mean, people are going to be using industry systems, I think, regardless, in order to make things a little bit easier. But I think this particular item is a good opportunity to give people a little bit more, a little more ease of actually using the e-manifest system itself. And from a data quality perspective, like I mentioned earlier, I mean, I think the more opportunities we can give people to make the person signing the manifest more consistent with the person who has completed profiling or understands waste characterization, I think increases data quality and lowers the chances of mistakes. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Jackie.
this is Jackie Velasquez. Too late.
All right. And Jennifer has her hand up now.
I'm sorry. That's Jennifer Hopper, Maryland Department of Environment. I just thought about the whole, listing the comment of the verbal from the facility or from the transporter to the site manager that is signing. Is there a way to maybe eliminate having to put it in that comment box? Because as mentioned before, that comment box can get overwhelmed with other information. That there's been times where, a person has signed the manifest and put on behalf of. So I was thinking maybe that is a possible solution to have the site manager or the certifier sign it and then put on behalf of who they got the verbal from. I don't know if that is meeting any of the DOT requirements, but that could help eliminate the having to type out in the comment section. Also, it will be less time consuming for the site manager, especially if they're, very busy and just wants to do a quick sign.
Thank you, Jennifer. I do not see any other hands. I'm going to pause for a second to see whether the board thinks of additional responses to 1B. And not seeing any, I will turn to EPA to ask if the EPA team has any clarifying questions to clarify the feedback you just received from the board.
Hello, this is Steve Donnelly from the EPA. I do have one clarifying question, I believe, for the EPA. I know I have one. Let's see if the team has more. But this is particularly for the TSDFs. With the current paper process, or those involved in the industry under the current paper process, how are the shipments being tracked when the waste has left the site or it has changed transporters? So is there someone making a call back to the home office to say, hey, we've got this truck full of hazardous waste, or is there something that is notifying the system back home? Yeah, that is my clarifying question. So how electronic is the current paper process being tracked in the system? Because what we're trying to get across is, we want to sort of mirror that as much as possible.
So Carolyn, is it okay if I answer?
Please do. Thanks,
Okay.
Angie.
So I can only answer for Heritage Environmental Services, Steve, but I can tell you what we do. So I'm gonna start at the beginning. we generally send out manifest with labels that are barcoded to our customers so that the manifest number is on the barcode. And then either that goes out ahead of time or with the driver, depending upon if it's our driver, he might take it with us, or she, if it's a third party driver, might get mailed. So once that's happened, the manifest lives in our system. It's out there, it exists, it's tied to a printer's number, the WAS or JJK or whatever. And we have a whole bunch of trips and scheduling and things. So we know generally when it gets picked up. If it's a bulk load, it's most likely going straight to the TSD. But if it's a container load and it's going to have makeup breakup, which is what I think you're talking about mostly, when it takes longer than a couple hours to get where it's going. So it's going through makeup breakup lots, right? They're moving containers around. As soon as it hits our first 10-day, we weigh and scan those drums. We weigh the barcode, we scan the barcodes. So then every morning there's a report that says these drums are at this 10-day, these drums are at this 10-day, these drums are at this 10-day, and we track them through the system like that. Is that kind of answering what you're asking? So like we check them in electronically every time they make a move from site to site.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. And then is this also the same situation when, just to clarify, if you're dealing with transporters from some heritage transporters and some other, contracting outside transporters, is there like sort of that expectation that they're going to let you know where the shipment is?
Well, yes. I mean, and once it hits, if that transporter is either going to have a dedicated arrival time at our TSD, right? Like he needs to show up. If we have nothing to do, if it's a generator hired transporter, all we know is when it shows up at the site. If we've hired the transporter, we know when he or she's picking it up, and then we start scanning barcodes as soon as it hits our first 10-day.
Thank you very much. Let me just that clarifies a lot for me, and just wanted to make sure we don't have any more clarifying questions. No more clarifying questions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Steve. Last call in case Steve missed anybody's clarifying questions. Anyone else? All right, we have gotten through charge question 1A and B. So let's move on to question 2. Question 2 is about quicker sign. Question 2 says EPA seeks advice from the advisory board on the agency's proposed IT solution to modify the existing e-manifest services API to allow users to upload electronic signatures with the manifest information via system-to-system communications. 2A says, please discuss the advantages and disadvantages of this proposed solution, specifically as it relates to increasing the use of electronic manifests and addressing data quality concerns. The assignments are lead discussant Lauren, and then after Lauren, we will turn to 2 associates, Tavik and Jennifer. So Lauren up first.
Hi, this is Lauren Ancona from General Services Administration. So this applies to the site manager dispatcher signature approach. Propose modifying the service to allow electronic signature uploads from systems to systems, and users with network connectivity could sign into external systems that have been integrated with the eManifest API, and then users that can also use the RecorInfo user interface if they're not using software that's integrated on the back end, just to refresh what the proposal is. In terms of advantages from a technical standpoint, I do think it's a step in the right direction. Allowing programmatic access to upload signatures directly from business tools should represent an efficiency. And forgive me, there's a lot of industry specific terminology and subject matter specific stuff here. So I want to acknowledge your expertise in this area. Forgive me for using terms possibly inaccurately, but I'm just an IT person. But in terms of advantages, we saw a demonstration of some of the flexibility and the functionality yesterday. And I do want to very specifically focus on feedback from my industry colleagues here on the board, because I don't feel like it makes sense to take a strong position without feedback from you. Since so much usability depends on feedback from having direct experience with these business processes. I do want to specifically ask the industry reps when you weigh in, based on your experience, if you've already got experience using the API side with internal tools or third-party tools that are already integrated, what your experience has been like with that previously, which obviously, you know, there's no indicator like future experience, like past experience. And if you've already had experience using the web application side, if there's something about the demonstration yesterday that seemed like it would affect your workflow significantly. I know Stacy talked earlier about thinking about these processes and who has to go through them from end to end. I come from a service design background, and so my feedback is always going to be framed around, you know, who was it built for, who's going to use it, and what is their experience like. As far as potential disadvantages, I think equity and accessibility might be concerns, because if you don't have the resources to be utilizing third-party software that can integrate directly with the API, that to me potentially could be, you know, an efficiency not available to smaller businesses. And again, forgive me, not an SME here, but these are sort of, there's like breakpoints, you know, and being able to leverage technology depending on the size of your enterprise. And some, you know, a larger business may have the ability to customize to take advantage of the API, these new functionality. So that's like a potential downside I could see. And I think that's basically, those are my thoughts around this. And I wanted to pretty much leave more space for folks that have been hands-on, both on the API side and using the web app side, to give your feedback.
Lauren, thank you. So next up, we have our associate discussant, Tavik Kozar.
Thank you, Caroline. This is Tevfik Kosar. I mostly agree with Lauren that so this is another important step, another right move in the correct direction, and I support it, and especially eliminating the need for field employees and truck drivers to register and log in into the system, and this solution being hand to hand with the prior solution. Being hand in hand with the prior solution on the site managers being able to sign the e-manifest. So that's really an important step to make manifest submissions much easier, and also to promote electronic submissions eventually. So I think one good potential advantage of this will be it will help with wider adaptation of the electronic manifest usage in the future, and it can also potentially help with more timely and accurate manifest submission. So these are the potential advantages of this solution. So one potential concern is something which was also mentioned in the previous discussion, the smaller companies which don't have any site managers, how are they going to approach and solve this issue, since this workflow requires each party to the manifest having one registered site manager with an active API ID and key. And as some of the board members raised their concerns about the smaller companies may not potentially have dedicated site managers, it is not clear how this issue will be resolved. So I would recommend EPA to giving some serious thought to this issue. In the case where no dedicated site manager is available, how this quicker sign step will be performed. Thank you.
All right, Tavik, thank you so much. Next up is our second associate discussant, Jennifer Hopper.
This is Jennifer Hopper, Mayor, Department of Environment. I think Lauren and Tavik had said a lot of the concerns, and we covered a lot of issues in the previous charge question with the site managers or dispatchers. So I really don't have much to, add on to at this time.
All right, that's an advantage of having had a thorough conversation about the previous question. Thank you, Jennifer. So I will now turn to the rest of the board members for additional feedback. And Angie, you had your hand up first.
Thank you, Carolyn. This is Angie Martin with Heritage. So one of the points that I'd like to make as we're talking about signatures and wider acceptance is to allow an API services call. And when I say that, I'm talking about the industry system, being able to process a Chrome Air compliant signature. So being able to do that on industry side and then share that back through the portal to EPA. I think that would be very helpful. Otherwise, if the industry side can't do everything via services, it makes the system really clunky and moving around. We're already going to be clunky because we're moving from generator to possibly broker to different transporters. But the more that we can do on the industry side, including having services being able to process a Chrome Air compliant signature, would be wonderful. And that was that concludes my comments.
Great. Thank you, Angie. And Sixto is up next.
Yeah, I just wanted to add very briefly that I think overall, anytime you add flexibility to the system, it's going to make things better. So I think having this option as part of the toolkit is a great step in the right direction. As far as smaller companies that may not have the IT people in the company to maybe create some kind of API interaction with the EPA system, is it true to assume that they are still going to be able to log into RECRA info and use QuickSign to do their signing, right? So what I'm trying to say is that the quicker sign option does not appear to take away the ability of someone to use the existing system and just be able to sign, I guess in the traditional manner, right? So that's basically my question there. So.
All right, Sixto, thank you so much. Any other board members with additional feedback? Stacy?
Hi, this is Stacy Sinclair. I think I'm looking at this as just one more way of being able to provide more access and flexibility in the industry. I see that as an opportunity for industry innovation. I want to acknowledge from yesterday's presentation that EPA has reached out to industries. I think you mentioned specifically universities to look at how they've been creating systems in place to try to work in this direction. I think reaching out to other additional industries to find out what's been keeping them from utilizing the system more, that may provide additional opportunities. But having that more open source component where innovation can be aligned with the goals of this system to meet multiple needs, I think can breed innovation. And through that, we might be able to get more on board with using the system. I think we've all really been talking about equity and accessibility through these different means and the learning curve that's going to be required, depending again on which part of this process is the focus for a particular company. I think that if in place, the generators might actually get feedback sooner at the end of the process by using this type of system. That can be super helpful in terms of record keeping, documentation. And I think that in coordination with the increasing permission levels being created, we talked about prior, could be an additional benefit.
Great, thank you, Stacy. I am not, I was just about to say I didn't see any more hands, and Jackie raised her hand. Great, excellent, Jackie.
Yeah, yeah, from Stacy, I think that was a really good comment just about allowing additional flexibility for future systems to be developed. I mean, I think to the question, to Stephen's question that came up even last time, I mean, I think currently, unless companies are using really large consolidated, TSDF companies, the amount of information they're receiving, at least when I say companies, I mean generators, unless they're using a really large consolidated TSDF, the amount of information a generator is going to be made aware of through the life cycle of their container is pretty low. So I think there are opportunities there for making things easy to breed innovation and for new systems to be developed. That I think when we think of the actual real risks associated with hazardous waste traveling to our communities and finding its way to its final disposal facility, I think this is just another thing that makes it easier for those systems to be developed.
Excellent. Any other board members have additional comments before I ask EPA if EPA has any clarifying questions? Not seeing any hands up. EPA, any clarifying questions for the board on their feedback on charge question 2A?
I am requesting a 15-second TV timeout just to make sure. I'll let me just confirm with the team already. We do not have any clarifying questions at this point. Let's continue on to part B.
All right.
Thank you very much. Sorry for stepping on your line. We'll move it along. But yes, we have no clarifying questions on part A. Thank you.
Excellent, Steve. Thank you very much. All right. Whew. 2A down. Now we're on to 2B. Question 2, I will repeat the question and then read part B. Question 2 says EPA seeks advice from the advisory board on the agency's proposed IT solution to modify the existing e-manifest services API to allow users to upload electronic signatures with the manifest information via system-to-system communication. Part B of the question says, how should EPA manage the transition for industry and regulatory users if this solution is adopted? And we'll go in the same order that we went for part A. First Lauren, then Tavik, then Jennifer.
Hi, this is Lauren Ancona from GSA. Because this is implementing additional options, right, to achieve existing functionality, I think that's correct. I don't think this is a particularly complex. I don't have a lot of complex feedback for this one. I think that, from my perspective, thinking about it again, as I mentioned, from a service design perspective, rolling it out from the perspective of the people that will be using it, perhaps implementing a cut group or a demo set of, subset of users to test out the new functionality, check the bulk uploading, API integration, that kind of thing. I think that probably makes sense. I mean, it's an iterative approach, not unusual. Y'all are probably already doing this. And so the process change, thinking about each role in the system, like I said, with the first, I kind of started talking about this with the first part A, but having a, end-to-end process for an individual user role and going through that with the, go into a third, into an industry user experience yourself and make sure that it works well. I mean, I'm telling y'all are professionals. I don't want to step on your toes. You know how to develop software for this purpose. But yeah, that's how I would implement it. That's my recommendation. And with iterative rounds of feedback for each user. That's the end of my feedback.
All right, thank you so much. We will go next to Tavik Kozar.
Thank you, Carolyn. I agree with Lauren that this is really, considerably easy option to implement. I don't envision any major issues. But overall, one of the potential issues which would continue to be a bottleneck in the adaptation of e-manifest as well as in the implementation of this. Option is, I think the requirement for CROMER compliant signatures, and Angie also mentioned this during the discussion of the previous charge question. I believe in order to make this transition, both for the industry and regulatory users easier, EPA should consider allowing the generator, transporter, and receiving facilities to use their own signature capture technologies on their industry systems. So at least during this transition period, so this would make the transition much easier. And there are many different accepted signature technologies, and not all of them are CROMER compliant at this point. So this would really remove this bottleneck and would make implementation of this option much easier. But not only that, it would eventually lead to wider adaptation of e-manifest. That's my personal thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Tavik. And third, we will go to Jennifer Hopper.
This is Jennifer Hopper from Maryland Department of Environment. I think, again, the implementation is not going to be that much of an issue since QuickSign has already been implemented. This is just expanding on it. So I don't think it's going to be that much of an issue. But the best thing I could suggest is I think Lauren mentioned it, talk to the users, make sure that a lot of conversations probably being held with more of the TSDs and possibly transporters, but generators should probably put in their 2 cents because they're the ones that probably have the most challenges and most changes that are going to have to be made from going from paper to electronic. So definitely would suggest talking to, all aspects, generators, transporters, and TSDs or receiving facilities. Another thing just to, make sure to keep in back of mind is for the, the state and the enforcement staff, making sure that all of this stuff is not going to present an issue and cause an enforcement action when it's not the generator, transporter, or receiving facility's fault that they use this system and it ended up being an enforcement issue. So taking into consideration anything that could, cause an enforcement issue to avoid it. That's all I have.
Thank you, Jennifer. And so next we're going to turn to the remaining members of the board to see if they have additional comments. And Sixto had his hand up first.
Yeah, so I just wanted to briefly point out that outside of the fact that this seems to be a pretty fairly simple software IT change to implement in terms of the steps that you have to take, but I think I would ask EPA to make sure that they provide plenty of support for industry in terms of training, guidance, et cetera, especially for smaller companies. I would say maybe have resources in place who may be available to, for example, take a phone call from a small company and be able to resolve any kind of IT issue that might come up. For a company like us, we are a huge company, and so we have plenty of IT people who can handle this type of thing, but smaller companies might not have the same bench of resources. So I think EPA needs to have resources in place to help those people. And lastly, I would say maybe consider development of a sandbox for testing. So before you go live, maybe have like a sandbox, maybe put a call out for people to volunteer to test this feature so that you can work out any bugs before you go live, basically. So that would be my input.
Thank you so much. And I see that Stacy has her hand up next.
Hi, Stacy Sinclair. So thinking about this, I know I want to support what my colleagues on the board have said and also just kind of add a slightly different lens to some of it. When emails come in from the EPA, one of the things here is, usually we're like, uh-oh. I'd love it if we could turn that around to be a, oh, wow, and be really seen as a positive, right? So I think how you communicate this as an expansion of options for adoption could really be a positive, rather than people approaching it with, where's the next shoe that's going to drop. So I think there's a lot of potential there. This question is really asking about managing the transition. And I think the first step is having people embrace it with a positive attitude. I want to support previous comments about talking to industry. Talking to industry about needs for coordination between their own systems and this system to identify kind of, what nuances could happen to make that easier. I think it would be really helpful, not only to bring the industry together with EPA, but also that they're hearing from each other. So, one large industry, like Sixto was talking about, WM, may have a solution that then another industry, oh yeah, that could work for us too. So we could really populate some good popcorn innovation. I also want to kind of do a yes and with Jennifer's comment to do the same with enforcement staff. Different states, different jurisdictions have other requirements, and just making sure that in an effort to do something good, we're not unintentionally doing something that ends up being more work for the users. Transparency is something that was talked about a lot yesterday. So I'd like to put a neon sign around that. Transparency around compatibility, providing documentation, access to live support that can do a lot to help transition whatever's done on board. I think as part of this, focus groups with a variety of potential users in each phase of waste documentation process, both on the industry side, operational, as well as construction side, would probably also be very insightful. And I know that the goal here, stated yesterday, was cost reduction for EPA for this program. So maybe in this transition, some of that potential cost saving might be able to provide some incentives for early adopters, mini grants to support small and disadvantaged businesses that might need a little helping hand to get them going. I think there's a lot of innovation other government agencies have used that EPA could certainly adopt for very beneficial results.
Thank you, Stacy. I'm going to pause for a second to see if any other members of the board raise their hands. Angie.
Angie Martin with Heritage. I did want to point out that EPA does a very nice job with their developer calls every month. That is a place, if people want to and know to be involved, they can. They may or may not be suitable for a very small generator, but I did want to at least point out that I think those are very important calls, and EPA does a nice job with those.
Thank you, Angie. Jennifer.
Just to kind of, expand on what Angie said, there is a lot of calls, monthly, quarterly, e-manifest calls. There's, pre-production that is available for testing. But again, it's a lot of the transporters and the receiving facilities that participate, a lot of the generators, because as we all know, most of the generators are not even registered in RecRa Info to be able to even use it. So a lot of them don't even know about these calls or pre-production. So some kind of maybe outreach to start including the generators, because I feel that the ones that are going to have the most impact is going to be the generators, because most of transporters and receiving facilities have already started setting up systems where the generators are the ones that are, don't have anything. And that's why I think paper is a solution for them, because they are not educated enough or knowledgeable of what is RECRA info or e-manifest. And I'm discovering this a lot because we're in the middle of the binary report cycle. And when I talk to a lot of the generators and say e-manifest says this, they're like, huh? So I think we definitely need to do a little bit more outreach beyond the regular monthly, quarterly, and pre-production to include more feedback or insight and education.
Thank you, Jennifer. And Stacy is up next.
Just as you mentioned, the existing calls, I do agree that they're a wonderful resource. Unfortunately, they're right in the middle of the workday, and that can be particularly difficult for those who most need them.
Thank you for that, Stacy. Other feedback from board members before I turn to EPA to ask if EPA has any clarifying questions. Steve, are you ready to let us know if you have any questions? Do you need another 15-second TV timeout? You're on mute.
Oh, there goes my mute. There goes my mute. My mute button was not responding to me. Yes, this is Steve Donnelly. I actually do have one question for Lauren from the GSA. From a government perspective, like, as to clarify, do you have offhand or just can think of any examples of a federal agency sort of in the midst of what we're doing, where it's, as you say, we're not adding existing functionality, we're enhancing functionality, but the train has left the station. So sort of implementing some drastic changes while the system is still moving. If you have any like use cases or anything like that, that could possibly serve as either an example or what not to do.
I think
Hi, this is Lauren from GSA. My question, I was actually asking when I was on mute, how long do I have to respond to that? I can think of a few examples, but maybe not right off the top of my head at this moment. There was a situation where I think I saw 18F do a contract with the National Forest Service, and it's not a service that's anywhere on the same scale, I think, quite as e-manifest, but it was like an ongoing permit situation that people had to go in and file for permits annually. They provide a whole bunch of different kinds of permits, and providing like functionality to do API access and stuff like that after they'd already deployed the main application. I'm trying to remember which part of the Forest Service it was. One of the other examples I could think of off the top of my head, I know GSA probably has several that I should be more familiar with, but because I don't work internal to GSA most of the time, I can't pull them off. But it's worth, if you were going to go do research yourself, since I can't like drop a link at this moment, I would look into some of the larger systems that GSA maintains.
Lauren, it's okay for you to, now that you referenced that, it's okay for you to include those in the minutes, because you've already referenced, other sources. So just for the record, it's okay for you to include, if you don't have that handy.
Well, that's great. It gives me a little latitude. If I can just reference it here, then I can dig up supporting materials. Yeah. So GSA has a few services that probably meet that description, I'm sure. And I can try to find some examples specifically later.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. That is very helpful. And other than that, no more questions for this subject.
Jennifer has her hand up.
Sorry, this is Jennifer Hopper with Maryland Department of Environment. Just since I was thinking about enforcement, and we did a lot of discussion of the, site manager and signing and the comment box and recording who the verbal came from. If we do the quick sign, that's not going to be incorporated because they're just clicking a button. So it kind of contradicts the first. So that could be a big issue and an enforcement issue. So I didn't think about that until just now, that it kind of contradicts that statement. So something to think about.
Thank you, Jennifer. I don't see any. Oh, Lauren's real hand, actual hand.
I
All
couldn't
right.
find the button. Hi, this is Lauren and Kona from General Service Administration. I just had one additional thought. Yesterday I had asked a question about a service diagram, and one thing that could be useful when conducting the user group research with some of the test implementation here could be to produce possibly, and I don't know, perhaps the system has changed since those were last updated, but maybe not. The ones that were available via the GitHub repo is what I'm talking about, just to close that loop. That was shared on a slide yesterday as part of the materials. It could be useful to have a couple versions of that have these like a service diagram for the role of a transporter, service diagram, for different user personas within the system. I'm sure you already have those developed, and there's probably personas that you refer to a lot internally, but maybe exposing that, again, I'm sorry, because I haven't been part of these previous user feedback sessions, but having, basically having a document or an artifact that is a representation of what the experience should be, and then they can compare that with the actual experience, and that way there's some meeting of the minds. That's just one very specific suggestion, but yeah.
Thank you, Lauren. I am watching for additional raised hands on 2B before we move on. I am not seeing any. So Fred, are you okay with me moving on to question 3?
Yes.
All righty.
Great.
Question 3, daily batch upload. Question 3, EPA seeks advice from the advisory board on the agency's proposed IT solution to allow users to complete electronic manifests in an industry system and then batch upload manifest information and electronic signatures to eManifest once per day throughout the transit process. Part A of the question asks, please discuss the advantages and disadvantages of this proposed solution, specifically as it relates to increasing the use of electronic manifests and addressing data quality concerns. The assignments are: the lead discussant will be Terry Bear, followed by 2 associate discussants, Angie Martin and Stacy Sinclair. So Terry.
Thank you, Carolyn. Terry Bear, ADQ. So as far as the options, I think this option is probably the most appealing of the group, as it does promote the electronic format as well as free enterprise. So some of the advantages would be the adoption by brokers to kind of promote the system, as they could offer their services with their system design. Additionally, EPA projects that this would take about 1 to 2 years to implement, making it a short order solution. One concern I foresee is the concept that the system needs to communicate with eManifest daily. As stated during the presentation by Ms. Martin, she can track her packages with UPS, but not necessarily know every step. I bring this up as we want to make sure that, the concepts don't get lost behind the need for over-reporting. Most organizations dispatch their drivers either daily or weekly, so offering a broader upload still satisfies the need without excessive burden on an organization. And with that, I'll change it over to Angie.
Thanks, Mr. Bear. It's okay for me.
You're up.
Awesome. So we love the idea of being able to do things on the services side, the industry side, But as Terry just mentioned, that daily batch upload when no changes have been implemented doesn't really make sense to us. Seems like a lot of effort and a lot of bandwidth taking up. And then one of the questions that I have kind of been thinking about is, if you want a daily upload, is that the generator daily upload? Is that transporter 1 daily upload? Is it transporter 2 daily upload? Is it TSD daily upload? Is it the broker daily upload? If everybody's making daily uploads, could that be very confusing? So we really feel like the daily batch upload is a great, I mean, a batch upload is fine, but we don't think it needs to be done daily, only when changes are made. And then I'd like to reference the earlier conversation I had with Mr. Donnelly about how we are tracking those containers with our system and watching how many 10 days and 35 days and all those things on our side. So that's really my biggest comment on the daily batch upload question.
All right, Angie, thank you so much. And next we go to Stacy.
Hi, this is Stacy Sinclair, LA Metro. Piggybacking on my colleagues, I think some of the benefits of the daily batch upload proposal, looking for something that has a short time frame solution, working towards addressing some of the complications relating to potentially not having internet access all day and not needing that. I think that can be very helpful. I think I still have a lot of questions, as you get into the weeds of what this looks and feels like, depending on what your role is. I think just kind of thinking through, if you've got a manifest being generated and it's not yet been uploaded in that daily batch, how would the transporter then sign it? So it might create some delays that would require then a paper manifest or more preparation that people need to be really aware of. The discussion we had about being able to spit out a single page for the transporter to meet the DOT requirements seems like a short-term fix while working with DOT on that issue. Does create some challenges in the field, depending on what kind of field you happen to be in, to think about. I know that Angie has spoken a few times about the value of the daily upload if there's no change in status. Kind of thinking about maybe there's a default of no change, and so therefore you'd only need to upload what is changed. So kind of thinking through that, because bandwidth is a real thing. I'm still thinking a lot about having different processes if I'm in a hazardous waste versus a non-hazardous situation. While I might be able to manifest my non-haz, I don't want to pay the fees for a hazardous manifest. That also gets me thinking about milk runs. I don't know if we've really talked too much about that, but where I've got a hauler picking up from multiple facilities and commingling waste, that can create some complications. I know in the past we've had issues with our non-hazardous waste becoming hazardous, and then the paper issues that result from that, trying to make corrections. So there may be some aspects with this that need to be mapped out. There are also some challenges if we've got multiple layers of responsibility within a system. We discussed the idea of different permissions levels. But again, if you're thinking about a large project from the generator side that then hires a contractor, and the contractor has a subcontractor, and who is doing what pieces of this, and who has permission to sign on what EPA ID number, that's another piece that we end up with, let's just say complexity, to be kind about it. And so this daily batch upload could help sort through that by pre-slugging some of this, but if done incorrectly, how do we back that out to resolve errors? I know there was some discussion about verification between initial and final manifest within this process. Still have some questions in my mind about the details of that would be really helpful to understand, and a little bit more information about a discrepancy report and at who can fix what at what stage, and kind of what that looks like. That also brings up the receipt discussion from yesterday that still seems a little bit unclear in terms of the role of generators, haulers, and their designated facilities, as this has a relationship with contractual fees for services. And we don't want to create, again, dual systems unintentionally. So more questions than answers, but I hope that at least puts some things out there for consideration.
Stacy, thank you so much for that. And I see that Sixto has his hand up.
Hi, this is Sixto with WM, and I just want the agency to consider the fact that implementing this solution is probably going to add a layer of complexity to the system that maybe you don't want. Whenever you have a system with multiple versions of the same document floating around, you're just adding a layer of complexity that's not being very difficult to administratively handle. For example, if you have a couple of daily uploads sent in, which version wins, especially when it comes a step in the process when somebody has to sign. So somebody might be looking at two versions of the same documentation, and they might be wondering, okay, which one do I sign? So, and plus, I would consider the fact that given the volume of manifesting that takes place in this country on a daily basis, you might be looking at many, many thousands of documents in the system all of a sudden that have to be handled in some way. I mean, maybe a change log would be a good compromise, where instead of sending up copies of a document, the user would instead go in and mark a change in a change log of sorts. That might be helpful. But I would strongly consider, I would strongly ask that the agency consider the potential complexity of this.
Thank you, Sixto. Great points. Watching for any more hands. This is the point where the discussants have all gone, and now the rest of the board members can add any additional feedback that they have. Jennifer.
Approaching this as a state enforcement side of things, you know, it's been mentioned often about, you know, which version is uploaded, which version to use. It definitely needs to be very clear that the shipment is either in transit or still sitting at the transfer facility, or it has to be very clear on the enforcement side, because if, you know, we go to a facility and do enforcement and ask them to provide all their manifests, or we go into the system to look at the manifest and we see a manifest has been created, but there's been no activity, or we don't know what's going on. It just looks like it's just sitting out in Never Land. We would definitely need to make sure that it is very clear where it is, and not necessarily where, you know, if there is no changes, then there doesn't necessarily need to be an upload, but the verbiage that is on where it is, just leaving it saying in transit is, I think, sufficient enough, but with no information, it's not. Not only that, but we also have, many states have the, you know, the regulation where if technically the generator doesn't receive a copy of the manifest back within so many days, they're supposed to file an exception report. And this is something that, if we see that it's in transit, that could help with why, the generator's not seeing whether it's hard copy or logging into eManifest and seeing it, having that verbiage on there about where it is, it would be very helpful in enforcement cases or inspections.
Thank you, Jennifer. Not seeing other hands from other board members, but I will pause for a minute. And hopefully EPA is preparing to be able to tell us whether they have any clarifying questions on any of the feedback on charge question 3A. Steve?
We have no clarifying questions.
The feedback was so clear. There are no needs for clarifying questions. Okay, thank you, Steve. All right, seeing no additional hands, I believe we are ready to move on to question 3B. So I will read question 3B. So to remind you, question 3, EPA seeks advice from the advisory board on the agency's proposed IT solution to allow users to complete electronic manifests in an industry system and then batch upload manifest information and electronic signatures to eManifest once per day throughout the transit process. Part B of the question is, how should EPA manage the transition for industry and regulatory users if this solution is adopted? And we have the same order of charge question assignments, starting with Terry Bear as our lead discussant, followed by Angie Martin and Stacy Sinclair. So Terry.
Thanks, Carolyn. Terry Bear, ADQ. Obviously I'll focus more on the regulator side. I defer to my colleagues for the recommendation for the industry. I know that for Arizona, we've tried to do our best in promoting the eManifest, particularly inspector staff when they're out there with customers, reviewing manifest, showing the system how to use it. With all that said, we also serve as a point to answer questions and get user access. But over the years, the grant that we get through EPA has been on a steady decrease year over year. And so we continue to try to be creative and doing more with less. I think for trying to promote this system, especially in some of the directions it's going, some of the things to consider could be, either increasing those grant funds or doing a separate grant altogether. But honestly, it's just going to take additional resources, that quote unquote boots on the ground, to kind of be out there with industry. With that being said, I think ETC made an extremely valid point in their public comment, and that really need to consider what the folks are going to ask. What's in it for me? That's what all these generators are going to ask. What is in it for me? I think a lot of the conversation has been driven by what the receiving facilities do up to this point. And so I think looking at the BR as ETC had recommended, and evaluating about its functionality, how the data is used, and really structuring it around maybe something that's been brought more current, like eManifest. So that is kind of my recommendations. And with that, I turn it over to my associate discussant, Ms. Martin.
Right, Angie.
Thank you very much. So in a general sense, I believe a lot of my comments regarding how to manage the transition go back to comments we made before under the last transition type question. And that is definitely outreach. And we've talked about training all day long. Regulatory users will be all those other ones, and the underrepresented, the small transporters, the small generators, the one time, those folks are going to need a lot of extra touches to make this happen. This isn't, I don't believe this would be a mandatory system. So I think that any kind of recommendation I would make about having a stepwise transition and allowing people to do it over time as opposed to a waterfall transition don't apply, because that would automatically be allowed by this not being mandatory. And then one of the questions that we have, and I think we kind of got it cleared up, is how much information will we need to get an MTN so that we can actually do this stuff on the industry side. So the smaller amount of information up front and then starting to upload it with the daily batch upload would be helpful for us. And those are really all of our comments on this particular question.
Great. And Stacy is up third, right?
Yes, this is Stacy Sinclair. Yes, I think a lot of the managing transition methodologies might seem very similar to previous comments on the last charge question, but to make sure that it's in the notes for this one as well, with the nuance towards this task. This is really an opportunity to promote the e-manifest system, and that the system is one that is always looking for ways to increase usage and ease of use, making it that oh wow opportunity rather than an oh my or uh-oh. So focusing on this as an expansion of options for adoption. I think leveraging state and regional resources, inspectors, communication tools, et cetera, as adoption partners who might be able to help identify and target optimal users and find ways to help them be informed and answer their questions so that they might get over whatever hurdles exist. The continuous talking with industry, whether it's at whatever we call conferences these days, other interactions, networking opportunities, but also getting industry users to talk to each other and look at what are the barriers that they're encountering, or how have they overcome barriers in order to adopt. I think a great technique is focusing on the positive. What are those lessons learned that has gotten a company to be able to do this? Could become then an example or exemplar for others, and just a professional resource. I think, again, it's about transparency for people to see what the nuts and bolts are. I really like what was talked about earlier by, I think it was Lauren, about mapping out the experience from the different stakeholder perspectives, not expecting them to wade through the things that don't pertain to them. That's super helpful. You might also consider surveys from those who are not adopting, all the way from those who are, to really find out what some of the sticking points are so you can address them head on. Focus groups continue to be helpful to get more candid information. When you're having meetings and problem-solving engagement opportunities, if you could think about holding them at different times of day, different days of the week, and please recognize religious and other holidays, as that might impact people's participation. And again, incentives for early adopters could be that little piece, little matching grant, a little something, carrot versus stick could be super helpful in an area like this to help people help you work out the bugs that might be encountered with the rollout.
All right, thank you, Stacy. So now that our assignments of our lead discussant and associate discussants have all had their turn, I will ask whether any additional members of the board have additional suggestions on 3B. Sixto and then Jackie.
Yes, this is Sixto with WM. I would encourage the agency to make sure that if we go down this road, to make sure that there's extensive testing before we go live, because you're going to have to assess not just the strain on industry systems with a requirement to have a daily upload, but also the strain on your own system as you deal with a much larger influx of documents that are going to be coming into the system. So that's something that will require, in my mind, quite a bit of testing to kind of work out the bugs and make sure things work properly. Thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion. And now Jackie.
Yeah, just speaking from, Jackie Velasquez in camp. Speaking from a generator perspective, I think as we move toward, some kind of asynchronization in moving manifest information into the system, I want to touch again on what Jennifer mentioned earlier, kind of about enforcement. Is, as we're leaning more, or at least there's an expectation of leaning more on industry systems, I think there could be some hesitation from a generator perspective in making sure that the information in eManifest is up to date and who has responsibility for that, the up to date, the accuracy of that information from an enforcement perspective. Like if someone from an enforcement branch comes on site, a generator wants to make sure that the information in eManifest is accurate as to what is on their site and where their containers are at any given point in time. So I think that's just something that we need to be conscious of as the EPA is putting out guidance documents, is being clear about clarifying responsibilities. I think for when information needs to be updated, how frequently. I mean, I like that, I guess the proposal in here of making sure it's in every 24 hours. I know, as we kind of discussed before, that's going to be a little bit problematic with ensuring that, every manifest is updated every 24 hours versus changes every 24 hours potentially. But I think something that we can be really clear, that EPA could really be helpful with, is making sure there's really clear guidance that generators can lean on, that either, states the responsibility for who needs to make these updates and how frequently they're going to be required.
Fabulous. Thank you for that. I'm watching for any additional hands from board members who want to comment on question 3B. I will pause for another few seconds to see if any other board members raise their hands. Not seeing any hands, I will ask EPA if you have any clarifying questions for the board on the feedback they shared about charge question 3B.
Hello, this is Steve Donnelly. I have a brief clarifying question for subpart B and also sort of all the subpart Bs. We've heard training come up a few times. And I was wondering if the board could discuss either here or in the paper, wherever's more appropriate in response. When you say training, are we talking more about system training about how to use the actual eManifest application or the data services, or are we talking more about sort of RCRA training, sort of regulatory training and understanding, sort of the not just what goes on the manifest, not how the manifest gets sent to the EPA.
Harry has his hand up.
Yes. Stephen, that's a great question. Terry Bear ADQ. Let me say that first. As I mentioned before, yesterday when the presentation was going on, we found that a lot of the times LQGs tend to have, good environmental management systems. They tend to have a dedicated environmental manager, obviously usually larger budgets and so forth. When you start getting down into the SQGs, the VSQGs that kind of move in and out and so forth, usually all the environmental roles are put onto somebody else. Somebody in the office, it's somebody that's there to do the safety. It could be an employee that's giving a lead title, but Nonetheless, it's someone that usually doesn't have any experience on either side, either RECRA or manifest altogether. And so we try to be proactive and trying to help to address, at least in Arizona, those with some of our outreach. But nonetheless, these things tend to happen. Usually the employees are overwhelmed. We saw a lot of that, especially in COVID. And then obviously you get the whole turnover, so you inspect 1 year and then you're going back, it could be just a simple year later and it's completely all new staff. So that I think is a challenge, and that's why I kind of made the reference about the boots on the ground. I think it's a combination of both. It's not just understanding RCRA, but understanding e-manifest as a system.
Thank you, Terry. And now I see that Stacy has her hand up.
This is Stacy Sinclair at LA Metro. So I think training can be defined in a lot of different ways. There's formal training, there's informal training. I definitely want to support my colleague Terry and what he said previously about staff changes and organizing as numbers of staff are available change and procedures have to change. One of the so let me just kind of speak to this in a couple of ways. One is, as a generator, we have a lot of partners in the work that we do. And those partners, I would say, as Terry described, have a wide range of expertise in this area. We've been trying to get some consistency in terms of who can sign a hazardous waste manifest, what kind of training they should have, what kind of understanding, and just so that we have some basis, some foundation. So while we're always looking around for free or low cost sources of information to provide that foundation, we also know that that's a responsibility of professionals to have. We do find it's very helpful when we can have not only engaging conversation as training, but also on demand as a electronic material that somebody comes in, we haven't yet had time to schedule things, that they can get ramped up, and then we could follow up with discussion for what does it look like at this site specifically. I think it's also helpful to have short fact sheets, one pagers, rather than 5-point font, thinking more like a 3-minute tailgate talk reminder. What are the most common things that someone might look out for, just as a quick reminder. One of the things that we're looking at, because again, we have many facilities that are operational as well as those in construction, is even when someone logs into the computer, should they have access to a computer, that sliding screen that comes out with good morning, what's the trivia of the day? What do you remember? If you get it right, maybe we've got some leaderboards happening to make it fun. So training can be, a carrot as well as a stick. So getting creative with different ways to present things or make things available would be amazing. I'll just put it out there as amazing opportunities, not an expectation that EPA would come up with all of these and implement them. But I think another piece of training is, where has somebody done it and it works? It's not impossible. You can do it too. Just sharing those success stories are super helpful and help us bring reluctant individuals and partners on board. So I hope those ideas are helpful.
Stacy, thank you for those great ideas. I almost started talking with my mute button on. So Jennifer, do you have some additional suggestions?
I think the bottom line for when it comes to training is we're not necessarily suggesting training on things that are part of what the facilities are supposed to be trained on, how to handle waste, how to package it, how to, that stuff. I don't think that's not what we're really referring to. It's just more of training on how to use RecRa info. I know there's learning Zens, but some do not use that, or those form of training is not, everybody learns differently. So more people, some people are more hands-on, others are, reading a document. But I think we're more or less referring to training on how to use RecRa info. What are, some of the requirements, training on who can use the system, who cannot, like the different site managers, permission levels. Also with the who can sign the manifest, and even though that is sort of part of, like third-party training, but it's good to emphasize that. But I think there is a big gap in training for other things outside of how to run a business or how to treat, store, and dispose of hazardous waste. We're lacking in training on how to use this RecRa info, how to obtain and, site managers, or who are site managers. I think that is where we're leaning more towards when we say training. If we're going to implement these systems, a third party that does, training for inspectors or workers at a facility are not going to talk about, internal systems at a TSD or a transporter or RecRa info. They're going to talk about how you're going to treat the waste and how to dispose of it. So we don't have training really set up outside of Learning Zen and maybe from experience. But we also got to keep in mind, like, Terry said, the states are losing money, or our fundings are getting cut and smaller, and we get more and more is being put on our plates to do. So, it kind of reverts back to the states to have to do the training, and we don't really have the staffing, the money, or the time or resources to do that. So I think that's where we're leaning towards when we say training, to come more out of EPA on things that are not covered in third-party trainings.
Jennifer, thank you. I'm watching to see if any other board members have additional responses to EPA's clarifying question. Stacy?
Yeah, I mean, when I'm thinking about training, as much as I would love, about the RCRA specific, but rolling out these new elements for eManifest, and even what eManifest is and how it can benefit the organization, training on that, super helpful. Especially from the lens of your role, like as a generator, what do the different roles within the generator lens need to know? So, I think it would take a lot of the question mark out of the equation for folks. It may be things like scenarios. What would you do if? Hey, eManifest system can help you. Here's how. So rather than something that's so FAQ and you've got to wade through it, something more of, we're here to solve. We're from the government. We're here to help. We're helping to solve your problems. I think that's really appreciated. When it's really put in the context of the user and their experience. And if you are talking, not just to us, obviously you're getting our perspectives, but the more folks from industry at different stages of the process, I think you'll get lots of scenarios that you can use certain elements of what you want to roll out with eManifest to show, here's a way you can do this and make your life easier in the process. And that is training.
Thank you, Stacy. I'm watching to see if other board members raise their hands. So Steve Donnelly, that was lots of responses to your clarifying question, asking for additional clarification around training. Did that answer your question, Steve? And do you have any additional questions?
Thank you to the board. That certainly answered my question. And I do know that Scott is here. He has one clarifying question.
Right. So in regards to the training and the times that we have, I assume recordings would be helpful, and making sure that those are available 24 hours a day. And then the other question we had was, with eManifest basically covering the entire country, and the ideas of talking to generators, we would love to hear, some of your suggestions on generators may overlap with what we're doing. We'd also love to hear your ideas on generators and generator groups to pinpoint and outreach for. So, maybe places that we haven't checked yet, and where to go. Like specifically, you were mentioning about construction sites and things like that. So, where you feel we could, make the best impact in there to, get those user stories. So that's our question request.
And I'll turn to Stacy to give some feedback on that, and then Terry.
Yeah, well, when thinking about, large generators to touch base, and I think you can start with, the top 10 large construction efforts going on around the nation. I think, obviously that's one lens. You definitely have through environmental services consulting companies, that are providing technical support to these large projects and helping them figure out how to estimate quantities, timing, and kind of all the players involved. I'm sure that, each of those consulting companies have many clients. And so, they'll see things from a variety of perspectives, but they're supporting the generator end. So I think that can be super helpful. Also, nonprofits such as U.S. Green Building Council. I know the chapter in Los Angeles has a construction subcommittee that's very involved, not with the large infrastructure projects, but more with large real estate development. You may have heard that housing is a little challenging in California. So, there's a lot of innovative expertise there. There's also clean tech incubators around the Southern California region that really like chewing on, what we call sticky issues, no easy answer, and coming up with innovative pathways. Many of them are technology oriented folks, so that might be very well aligned with this effort. Hopefully that gives you some ideas. And for your notes, U.S. Green Building Council in New York is now Urban Green. And through their organization, they have a training program on construction management, as well as operations and maintenance. It's under the umbrella of their program, Green Professionals, or GPro. So things, referencing things like this that already have training programs could be great. Insert yourself as a partner, whether I'm not going to plug any one organization, but there are a lot of sustainability rating systems that talk about waste management practices. And so maybe reaching out to some of them and creating awareness could be a really good step. And through their membership, you could certainly get a lot of input. I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Stacy, thank you so much for those great suggestions. So Terry now.
Terry Bear, ADQ. You already referenced the one videos. We found that videos, obviously, I think in today's world, it's the world of YouTube. And so we use YouTube on so many levels for communication, both internally, externally, staff, customers. So when we first launched the MyDEQ platform, it was a whole different animal, because it was taking our customers from that that paper form, that was mailed to them that they would write on, they'd send back, and then we put it in, then we send an invoice out, then they'd mail the payment in, and to where you're literally logging in like kind of going and pay your electric bill. And so we had to do a lot of the how-to videos of how to navigate the different systems, navigating from registration to reporting. So I definitely think that videos is a huge way to go. We have found that with some of our customers providing links to like videos. So for example, if we find someone that's not compliant with DOT, we found a link out there that's got DOT training, kind of send it on. So same thing, I think, with kind of the e-manifest, is be able to just provide that, that we're in the age of QR. Everybody likes those little QR codes. Having a QR code for a link to a video of your training video. So hopefully there's some ideas to kind of to think on. As far as organizations, I think I referenced in a prior session, looking at the environmental organizations within each state. So for like Arizona, we have the Environmental Professionals of Arizona. DEQ host a booth at their events whenever they have them. And then there's another one in Southern Arizona called SAMES, Southern Arizona Environmental Management. And so that's what I would encourage, is to kind of look at those type of affiliations where you can kind of get a much broader experience. And that's really kind of what we did here with our MyDQ platform. We started getting a booth at these events, and giving folks the opportunity to kind of come up and just sit next to one of our IT folks and say, well, I really don't know what to do with this, and give them that experience. Got so much positive feedback over that interaction and that engagement that folks were just very appreciative of.
Terry, thank you so much. And I hope that all of our attendees who are watching this advisory board meeting on YouTube appreciated your shout out to YouTube in your comments. So here we are, coming live to our audience through YouTube as an example of what you were talking about, Terry. Scott, did that answer your question? Any follow-up questions from EPA?
It did, and just to also encourage, in the response, to please provide more information, because we have our outreach, but we can always have more avenues. So thank you.
I don't think this group has any shortage of ideas. So if you're ever short of ideas,
we appreciate all the ideas that the board has shared so far. And yet, despite all the plethora of ideas and suggestions and discussion from the board, we are doing very well on time. We are well ahead of our planned schedule. And so Fred and I have decided that you have earned yourself another break. So we said 15 minutes, but that would get us back at an odd time of day. So I wonder, Fred, if we could expand it to 19 minutes and come back.
That sounds great. You all are doing really great. Yeah,
3 o'clock Eastern.
Enjoy your break. You're working really hard.
19-minute break. We will see you back at 3 o'clock Eastern. Thanks, everybody. Fred, did you want to start us off with a quick roll?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so do we have Lauren and Kona?
Yes, we do. I'm here.
Okay, great. Terry?
Here, Fred.
Okay, Jennifer?
I'm here.
Thank you. Tavik?
Hi, Fred.
Hey, Sixto? He's here. I
Here,
see.
here.
Okay. Stacy? Yep, I see you, Stacy.
Hello.
And Jackie.
Here as well. Thanks.
And Angie. I'm sorry, Angie. I skipped you. Sorry. Okay,
Thank you.
everybody's here. Okay.
All right. Thank you all for coming back after the break. Appreciate your perseverance. We have made it to charge question number 4. Isn't this great? Data, no image. Charge question number 4. EPA seeks advice from the advisory board on the agency's proposed IT solution to allow users to process manifests in an industry system and then upload manifest information and electronic signatures to EPA at the end of the transit process. Part A of charge question 4 asks, please discuss the advantages and disadvantages of this proposed solution, specifically as it relates to increasing the use of electronic manifests and addressing data quality concerns. For this charge question, our lead discussant is Terry Bear, and we have 3 associate discussants. First, Lauren, then Tavik, then Angie. And so with that, I will turn it to Terry to get us started on the answer to question 4A.
Thank you, Carolyn. Terry Bear, ADQ. Since this one is kind of seen as an either or with the one we just discussed, charge question 3, I won't repeat too much here. But one of the things that I did want to bring up is obviously I think that it has similar advantages, obviously by promoting kind of the free enterprise. One of the things that I was very unclear was that this one seemed to take a bit of a step back. And so it was talking in the white paper about the need for generator transporter post-submission verification. I bring that up because obviously, you know, the manifest has been discussed before is the record of, you know, one party handoff to another. So at the point of acceptance by the receiver, all of that should basically have been verified, you know, count, et cetera. Or, you know, that's when the discrepancies occur. So it really was unclear as to why that was required. Additionally, since this is being seen as an either or for charge question 3, really didn't understand much about why the rule change was needed. And so that's obviously leads into, I think, the disadvantage of this is that clearly, you know, a 4 to 5 year trade-off for this one is the biggest disadvantage compared to charge question 3. And with that, I will turn it over to Lauren.
Hi, this is Lauren Ancona from General Service Administration. Sorry, the video got off. Actually didn't have a lot on this one. I agree with Terry. With it, again, I think similar to the earlier statement I made about the diagrams, I actually found the diagrams in this section useful. And so I just kind of wanted to connect that back to what I mentioned earlier, something like this, but more streamlined to the role is a good example of that. Sorry, it's like a slightly off topic to this question, but it's a good callback to that. This was referencing the deck in section 8 relevant to this question. But the white paper, excuse me. But yeah, that's all I have for this one. I don't actually have a specific feedback for this part of the question. Thank you.
Okay, and so Tavik is up next.
Thank you, Karen. This is Tevfik Kosar. So I personally find this as a very feasible and easy solution to implement especially considering more than 85% of all existing manifests submitted to EPA are data plus image manifests. So it would be very easy to transition to data-only manifests. It would also work hand in hand with the quicker sign option we have already discussed, so which is another plus. So eventually this option could potentially make a transition to fully electronic manifests easier. So this is why I find it a feasible, easy solution, and that I would support. So one major downside of this option is, as Esther mentioned, it requires rulemaking to implement, and the projection is 4 to 5 years, which is basically making not necessarily a preferable solution. So one option I suggest to EPA is to consider whether data no image could be implemented potentially without requiring receipts at every stage, since this is basically the part which makes the rulemaking required. So if this could be possible, so basically without requiring receipts at each step, then this could be potentially a feasible, easy to implement alternative. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Angie is up next.
Awesome, thank you. So once again, what I want to mention that EPA's come a long way, and we feel like we're on the right path. But the way we understand this, the white paper, the generator and transporter would need to do those post-submission verifications. I think Terry spoke about those just a few minutes ago, and I believe that James spoke about them this morning. And they have to do those post-submission verifications to get the lower fee. Right now, there's going to be a Chrome signature at the end, and we're unclear why we have to go through those extra steps, because it is a chain of custody, and the TSD does the Chrome. Why do we have to do that post submission verification? The current data plus image, which is 85% of the manifest right now, which this is modeled after, doesn't require that same requirement. The next comment I wanted to make was I want to make sure that this data no image has an easy way of getting a batch of MTNs so that they can be done ahead of time and offline. And we're unclear what EPA would need to define what constitutes a standardized receipt and communicate that information sent to EPA, and the generators must be identical and immutable. And while we're on this kind of like data no image, I want to point out that since we have to have a piece of paper with the shipment, this would be a really good time to mention it would be amazing if EPA could allow us to have like one single piece of 8.5 by 11 paper, or maybe not even 8.5 by 11, that has the MTN printed on it. That doesn't have to be a 5-page copy, that could accompany the load and then possibly capture some of the signatures if it's offline. And not have, we could make a huge progress if we could print those on the go. The printers to print manifests are harder and harder to find because they require impact printing, and impact printing is being kind of taken away. In fact, the printers that we use to print our manifests aren't being made anymore. We had to switch to new ones. So I guess I would prefer not to have the post-submission verification. Would like EPA to consider on all options, and this one as well, a single page manifest that would be printed out with the MTN number and not have to be printed on a pre-printed form. And those are most of my comments for this particular charge question.
All right, thank you so much. So now that our discussants have gone on the answers to question 4A, I'm opening it up to the rest of the board, and Sixto gets to go first.
Hi, Sixto Ortiz, WM. I just want to emphasize, and I may be repeating what other people have said here, but I want to make sure that it is understood that we already have a verification process in place. When the shipment is received at the TSDF, of course, have to take a look at the shipment, and then they have to figure out, okay, is the waste that I just physically received what is printed on the documentation? And if it's not, is there's a variation in piece count, variation in waste type or a variation in bulk weight, then there is a verification, a discrepancy system in place already that forces the TSDF to talk with the client who sent the waste and figure out why is there a discrepancy there. So there's already verification in place. So I don't think the step that is described in this particular alternative that calls for a verification is really necessary, because that is all already taking place. So that's my main concern here. So thank you.
Thank you, Sixto, and Jackie is up next.
Yeah, I think in general, sorry, Jackie Velasquez and Camp, I'll get this right one of the times. So I think in general, I think this is really promising in terms of ease of implementation with existing industry systems. I think just, that moving that direction, I think is the way to go. I think the proposal to offer, downloads of both MTNs really would be a huge help, because it's more reflective of kind of the existing system and what people are comfortable with. And that also allowing, preparation of manifests without internet access constantly. So I think that's really a big accessibility feature, I think, of this proposal. And to echo what Sixto mentioned as well, I think a lot of the verification and tracking that's being proposed is a little bit kind of duplicative of existing systems that are already in place, and isn't necessarily needed as part of this proposal.
All right. I am pausing to see if any other board members raise their hands to add any other feedback on charge question 4A. And while I pause, I hope that EPA is getting ready to answer my upcoming question about whether they have any clarifying questions about the feedback we've received. I'm not seeing any additional hands that the board members have any additional comments. So EPA, are you ready to let us know if you have any clarifying questions for the board?
Yes, we do not have any clarifying questions for the board. Thank you very much.
All right, beautiful. That brings us to charge question 4B. So a reminder of question 4, data no image. EPA seeks advice from the advisory board on the agency's proposed IT solution to allow users to process manifests in an industry system and then upload manifest information and electronic signatures to EPA at the end of the transit process. Part B, how should EPA manage the transition for industry and regulatory users if this solution is adopted? Same order of assignments for discussants, starting with Terry as the lead discussant, and then Lauren, Tafik, and Angie as associate discussants. So Terry up first.
Thank you, Carolyn. Terry Bear, ADQ. Once again, I mean, without, I feel like to repeat here, just because, like I said, this is an either or to question 3. Very similar, obviously, I think, methods for adoption. But one of the things that had occurred to me throughout our discussion is that I know that in this current round, we've got WM as part of the board. We've got Heritage Environmental. I think last session we had Veolia, and I forget the others, and I apologize. But I think there's an opportunity for EPA to kind of reach out and see about doing a ride along with a driver. Go out into the field and see what and how the manifest system works. Actually see from the loading dock to the truck to to a receiving facility. Might be some benefit there, and kind of getting that that drive along. I know that could be a little bit challenging. I encourage my inspectors to always reach across the aisle to our customers and and really kind of put themselves in their shoes. And sometimes folks are hesitant about inviting the regulator to come along. And so that could be challenging, but I think with the board that we've had and continue to have, that there's an opportunity there, and really just might add an additional layer of insight. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lauren.
Lauren Ancona, General Service Administration. Similar to the part B of the earlier question, I think it was 2 when I talked about, and also to co-sign what you said, Terry, user research, ride-alongs, getting the perspective of other people using the system directly, from the beginning to the end of the completion of a task. So anytime you're just rolling out a new feature, having that cut group, right? A small user group or a focus group that you can roll new features out to, or beta testing, that kind of thing. I've found, we've talked about rolling out how many different new features or functionality so far today. And, there's a common theme, I think, with several of them, in that, they can be done iteratively. And so if you develop a workflow for pushing changes, tests through the test group, through your beta testers or whatever, you can reuse that each time you do something on this list, if you move forward with some of the items on this, of these charge questions. That's my thought. I'll hand it over to Tefik.
Great. Tefik is next.
Thank you, Karen. This is Tefik Kosar speaking. So I mostly agree what Terry and Lauren said. I just would like to add a couple of things. So this option requires collecting electronic signatures along the way, and its success pretty much depends on the ease and flexibility of electronically signing the manifests at each of these steps by the generators, transporters, and receiving facilities. For this reason, in order to make the adaptation much easier by the industry and regulatory users, EPA should consider allowing alternative ways of providing signatures. So this would be one recommendation. Second, following up my earlier comment in response to question 4A, EPA should also consider allowing or being more flexible in its receipt and data verification requirements. So this would make the requirement for rulemaking potential not necessary, and will allow much quicker implementation of this option. So this would also make the transition much easier. And finally, so one potential drawback of this mechanism, potentially making electronic exception reporting more difficult. So EPA should consider this basically to make the transition easier, since receiving only information until at the end of the shipment would make the transition much more difficult for the community. Thank you.
Great. And Angie is up next.
So I'm going to have to apologize, because to me, the whole managing the transition is all the comments we've made before, which is just working with industry and reaching out for this one.
So if you want to second all of those prior comments, right, Angie?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Are there other members of the board now who have additional feedback to share? Jennifer.
This is Jennifer Hopper with Maryland Department of Environment. I think one of the things that, and it's not so much as, how to manage the transition, but to make it clear that there is, I guess you could say, time frame that things need to be uploaded, and everything needs to be uploaded. We, as an enforcement, if we go to the site and the site says it shipped off, 50 days ago and it's still not in the system, is it because it's a missing manifest, or did this TSD not receive it? Did they not upload it? I mean, there's all different kinds of reasons why, but we need to make sure that timeframes are met to make sure that things are entered in a timely fashion. And especially if we're going to start to possibly use this as a part of the biennial reporting, because December is the end of the year and January 1st is when the reports start coming in. And so we need to make sure these things are in a timely fashion and that all of them are in, because like I said, we're currently in the biennial report for 2021. And I have a lot of missing manifests that are not been uploaded into the system. So since this is not something that we won't know until we do an investigation or inspection or someone brings it up to our attention. So we need to make sure that, the industry is on board with timeframes and accuracy.
Thank you, Jennifer. And Jackie has her hand up.
Yeah, Jackie Guest and Camp. Yeah, to echo that, I mean, like I mentioned in the last question as well, my mind just goes to protection of generators and making sure that they have access to all the information they need to track their shipments as it travels through their life cycle. I mean, so kind of a known issue I've worked with a lot of clients already is kind of being trouble finding manifest in the system, particularly for very small quantity generators, just with the existing system. So I think if I think there is a lot of value in making things easier for companies, allowing for more integration with external systems. But I do want to make sure that there is a lot of clear guidance given both to regulators on the state, in state agencies, and to the regulated community about kind of whose responsibility, what timelines are required, just to make sure, we're, as EHS people, we'd like to have clear lines in the sand that we can reference back to. So I think that's going to be a necessary part of this process.
Thank you, Jackie. And Stacy has her hand up.
Yes, this is Stacy Sinclair. I'm thinking back to the demo that was done yesterday, and I may not be in exactly the right place in the sequence in my mind, but I remember very briefly there was an option for accessing a report within the system, and it's something that's been sitting in the back of my mind for a little while, thinking about when you've got an owner that then contracts out a lot of site work, you're constantly trying to find the manifests and the contractors hold on to them for a variety of reasons, some of which I do not understand, but be that as it may. So that leaves me with having to find them in the eManifest system, then download them, and then replicate the data so that I can then track information, whether it's for our annual reports, this biennial report, or other uses. So, when we're thinking about ways to create a benefit for using the system, if I can be downloading all the manifests under an EPA ID number within a range of dates into PDFs on my screen, rather than having to go and grab each one and click in each one individually, which will take me hours. That would be a benefit if I could export all the data associated with the manifests, again, within a date range or number range or whatever, into a tab separated file, so that I'm not having to retype all of that data, which takes hours and hours to do. Then we're actually creating cost savings, for the stakeholder users, which could be super beneficial, and get more buy-in for other parts of the process that may be a little bit more time intensive or problematic in the initial launch. So, I'm just trying to think about, when managing a transition into something new, like what are the perks? That it's at this time, and in this point in our discussion, it's not required to use eManifest. So how do we make it a preferred option?
Great. Watching for any other hands for additional feedback from members of the board. And I'm not seeing any other hands get raised. So EPA, do you have any clarifying questions for the board?
No, if Scott is here.
Yeah. So to the question regarding actually Jen Hopper helped us build this one. Tab isn't available, but would comma separated CSV. So in that where I showed, there is CSV extracts for that, as well as corrected manifests. So you can find out which manifests were corrected in case they're different from them. So, but yeah, but big thanks to Jen. She helped us design that report. So thanks. The question, Fred, was the comma separate variables.
All right, so I think that's it from EPA. No clarifying questions on 4B, which means we are flying along to question 5. All right. Question 5. EPA seeks a recommendation from the advisory board on the agency's proposed daily batch or data no image workflow. Part A. With regards to the daily batch or data no image workflow, could the advisory board provide their recommendations on the workflow that would result in the greatest improvements to electronic manifesting rates and data quality? The assignments for this one start with Terry Bear as the lead discussant, followed by Stacy and Jackie as associate discussants. So I will turn now to Terry.
Thanks, Carolyn. Terry Bear, ADQ. So actually, I would recommend that you merge the two together. Really thought the batch idea was great. And not so much about the daily component. I think that's kind of more of a burden. And so that's where I think some of the other one is it doesn't have that daily component. But the data no image workflow obviously has all that extra layers of verification, the rule making. So that's why I would recommend kind of that approach. When you look at I think in here, the advantages and disadvantages, the approach of using free enterprise to have their own system, I think is phenomenal. It's just about how we kind of fill in the gaps between that in the end. And so that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Terry. So next we go to Stacy.
So this is Stacy Sinclair. I agree with everything Terry had just mentioned. I think it's when you get into the weeds that that's where the kind of the questions start rising. I think in previous discussion we've raised a number of questions needing clarification to be able to determine kind of what pathway would make the most sense. And I do believe that Lauren's recommendation earlier about mapping out the workflow from the point of view of the user for different major stakeholder groups. I think that would get us a significant part of the way. Part of the challenge with all of this is really about how many processes can one organization manage simultaneously, especially when you have complexities like a lot of staff turnover, different consultants, many layers of checks and balances. I'm speaking from the generator perspective here. And what happens when things aren't received in a reasonable period of time and how to track that back. It just becomes very time and detail intensive. So I think keeping the workflows clear and thinking about, staff are stretched super tight. So even in a large organization like mine, there is one person responsible for all hazardous manifests related to all of our capital projects. And that's only one of a number of my tasks. So I think, the ability to automate things that seem out of character would really help things out, to get a ping. Hey, this doesn't look right, given your previous activity. Things that would help us be able to be more responsive in the system, whichever direction you choose. Because I also want to be very responsive to what Angie said earlier from the TSDF perspective, that if going with this data no image workflow with all of these verification requirements, that could delay compensation for effort or add additional work costs that's not intentional. And that's that would lead to a negative perception of the system, which is not intended. So I think there are just a couple little areas within this flow that, given a little bit more thinking around from user perspective, I'm sure some really great innovations can come from that.
Thank you, Stacy. And so that brings us to Jackie.
Yeah, Jackie Velasquez with NCAMP. Stacy, I loved your last comment. I really think, particularly when we think about the verification and validation that's going to be completed regardless of which choice we choose, I think it's important to think about that from a user perspective, from the companies who are using it and the ones who are at the compliance risk of using the system. What are their desired outcomes? What are things that they would like flagged? And then how do we kind of back into that from how frequently does data need to be updated in order to provide that kind of value to the user? So I think that's definitely something that we should be considering. I think if we're looking at these two outcomes that we're proposing with the charge question here of e-manifest rates and data quality, really, I think data no image at the end of the day provides both of those outcomes more consistently than the batch function. I do think there is value, like Terry said, in kind of having the ability to upload things in a batch fashion. And I do like the 24-hour limit from a generator protection perspective. I think if we do go a data no image route, it's going to be important to have those time limits clearly defined, so that everybody along that process of custody of that waste container knows when they're going to see that update in the system, because it's probably going to be a TSDF solution, probably what that is going to house the data externally. I think that kind of covers my thoughts on it. Thank you.
Excellent. And so I know we've all gotten really familiar with the flow of how these charge questions go. So now that our lead discussants and associate discussants have had their turn, it is an opportunity for anyone else on the board to share any additional thoughts on charge question 5A. And I will pause. Oh, Sixto, great.
Yes, I did Sixto Ortiz with WM. I would say that the data no image workflow is the best choice here. And it's a great step forward, I think. Not sure that the daily batch works in the sense that I think it's going to add a whole lot of complexity to the system that you probably don't want. So that would be my input there. The data no image, though, the verification step at the very end, I don't think that step is necessary, and I think I discussed in a prior comment why that is. So implementing the data no image workflow without the verification step at the end would be the best outcome, I think. Without knowing what form the receipts that you talked about would take, I really can't say a whole lot about that because I'm not sure how much complexity it would add to be sending receipts when the workflow changes. So that's my input. Thank you.
Excellent. I don't see any other hands, but let's see if any other members of the board have any input to add to what's already been said about charge question 5A. Jennifer.
This is Jennifer Hopper with the Maryland Department of Environment. I think the data, excuse me, data no image workflows are probably more accurate in data quality than a daily batch, because if something changes and a daily batch upload did not capture those changes, it might not apply. So in the end, you're going to have bad data. So I think with data no image, it's a one done upload and it's at the end of the cycle. So any corrections could be captured there. So we would get more accurate data. So that's another way to look at things as well. Granted, we don't have an image to verify, but I still think it'll be more accurate than making sure that each upload of the daily batch is replacing what was already there.
Thank you, Jennifer. Pausing to see if anybody else has any additional feedback. Seeing no additional feedback, I'm going to ask EPA if you have any clarifying questions for the board with regard to their feedback on charge question 5A.
This is Steve Donnelly from the EPA. We do not have any questions on charge 5A. We might have some on 5B, but
all right.
5A, we're going to hold any questions, clarifying questions until the end.
All right, let's move on to 5B. And 5B says, wait a minute.
Yeah, I was going to say
5B.
there is no
5B says there is no 5B. Oh, I got so used to there being.
All right, there was there's so many 5B. Okay, let's go back then. All right, so just in general, for the board sort of consideration on the data no image workflow, a sort of outside of the paradigm that was shown, could the board consider sort of a merger of the two, where after the initial generator signature, the manifest is updated, and then it is updated again at the end of the shipment.
Yeah, this is Stacy. When I'm reading through the descriptions of these two workflows, I mean, it does feel like they could be merged, and that and it could be kind of phased, where the pieces of the data, the elements that don't require rulemaking, could be implemented more readily. So absolutely, I think that looking at option C might have a lot of benefits and opportunity.
Jackie.
Yeah, Jackie with NCAM. I'd agree. I think option C But I think it is important that we kind of take the long view with this. I know there's a desire to implement something to really get those e-manifest usage rates up as quickly as possible. So maybe looking for those pieces that don't require rulemaking, but I think there's no reason to hesitate on option B, on the option that the option that requires the rulemaking, just because it requires a little more time. I think it's an important step to incorporate that going forward.
Okay. Anybody else have any additional feedback? Steve, did that answer your question?
Yes, that was very well stated. Thank you very much to the board.
Okay. So that means we're actually on to question 6, because there is no 5B. All right, charge question 6. This one does have an A and B. I'm reading ahead just to make sure. Question 6. EPA seeks advice from the advisory board on the agency's potential policy solution to establish a formal sunset date for all remaining workflows utilizing paper manifests, i.e. image only and data plus image. Part A says, to what extent does the board view the agency's proposed paper sunset as a necessary step towards 100% adoption of electronic manifests? Our assignments for this question start with Sixto Ortiz as our lead discussant, followed by Jennifer and Jackie as our 2 associate discussants. So with that, I will turn to Sixto.
Sixto here. I did some thinking about this question, and at first blush, I thought, okay, maybe sunsetting may be a good idea at first, because it's essentially the approach that essentially you rip the Band-Aid off, so to speak. And you say, okay, by this date, there will be no more paper, and we're going to transition to full electronic. But once you start thinking about the logistics behind this approach, you start to run into some significant obstacles that I think need to be considered. For example, the first one would be how much time should be allowed between the time you declare the sunset and the time that you actually go to sunset. So should that be 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? Who knows? Should allowances be made for smaller entities? I'm not talking about big companies, but maybe smaller size companies that may struggle adapting to such a change. They might get very comfortable with paper, might make it easier for them to get things done without much effort. So such a change may cause some struggles there. Also, EPA should consider RCRA info accessibility, availability. Would you have to enhance your system capability so that it is always available? And we all know that with technology systems, you can have hiccups. So that would be something to consider there. And then one question would be, and this is just maybe a clarification question for me only, but would the sunset allow for the use of paper, but then the submissions would be entirely electronic, or would they eliminate paper completely to where you're not allowed to have paper at all? So, and with that, I'll pass it off to our associate, Jennifer.
It's Jennifer Hopper from Maryland Department of Environment. I don't necessarily disagree with the concept of sunset. I don't agree with the timeframes that are proposed. I think it's too premature. There's a lot that needs to happen before sunset would occur. One is the biggest factor is DOT. You're going to come across a couple of companies that smaller companies, whether it's a smaller transporter and small generators that don't have the investments to, buy into the electronic portion yet. It's going to take a while for them to get on board. So they're going to revert to a paper, hence the data with image, or the hybrid. But you also got to factor in, you know, the VSQGs. They obviously, you know, they're exempt from having to use manifest, but most do because of other restrictions, maybe because of the state they're in or the state that's receiving the waste or the amount of waste. So there's, you know, restrictions on them. So if a transporter arrives at the VSQG, they might not have the forethought to do all the preparation work ahead of time to have a pre-printed manifest ready for signature. So that way they could do the hybrid. So they might have to revert to a paper version. Plus you got to factor in the temporary and emergency shipments. But I think that the concept is this is not going to be something that we can do overnight, even if we, you know, approve on, you know, some of these systems don't need rulemaking so they can be implemented right away. But that doesn't mean the, you know, generators, transporters, and TSDs can do it right away. The bigger companies, it might not be that much of an issue, but the smaller companies, and I'm including the transporters in this because in state of Maryland, we have, you know, one-man company transporters that do, and they don't have the big backing of a corporation behind them. They're more of a mom and pop. So, you know, there's a lot of things that are going to have to take in consideration before eliminating paper altogether. And so I think the time frame needs to be revised. That's what I have. I guess I'll go on to Jackie.
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer. Jackie Vivenkamp. So I think to answer the question, the charge question here, I mean, if we're aiming for 100% adoption of e-manifest, then the answer is yes, at some point a phase out is necessary. But I think we should backtrack and think about what the actual outcome or that the desired outcome is. I mean, you know, we keep pushing for a higher and higher percentage of manifest to be electronic, and I think that's the right direction to go. But I do think that from an equity perspective, and from the perspective of making it easy for people to maintain compliance and do the right thing, I don't think that we're at the point where we can start assigning times to a phase out. You know, I think Stacy on day one mentioned, you know, even you know, companies who don't necessarily generate waste, but just encounter waste. I think we need to continue to make it easy for people to do the right thing when they find hazardous waste, to manage it appropriately, track it appropriately, and cradle to grave. So I think, you know, right now with the tools that we have in place, I don't necessarily think that we can assign a certain time to it. But to the charge question itself of, you know, do you think it's a necessary step toward 100%? I would say yes, just down the line. That's all for me.
Thank you, Jackie. And we have two hands up. So first I'll call on Angie, followed by Stacy.
Hi, Angie Martin with Heritage. Thank you, Carolyn. So I'm going to agree with the previous commenters. You know, we're at 0.5% electronic adoption, which means we're at 95.5 not. Before we got rid of the paper processing center, I think we were down to a very small percentage on the paper processing center. So while I agree eventually this is our goal, I don't believe that it's time for us to pick that date. We should walk before we run. We're making a lot of good, looks like we're going to be making a lot of good changes. And I think, you know, for scientists here, we should put these changes into place, test our hypothesis that the fully electronic numbers will go up, and then we'll be able to kind of chart or graph where we would make that date. But right now, I don't think we have enough data to even pick a date. So those are kind of walk before you run is my comment.
Thank you, Angie. Next, I'll turn to Stacy.
Hi, Stacy Sinclair, LA Metro. Well, I've got, I'm kind of looking at two sides of this coin, and I'm thinking, do we need to set a sunset date? I think, you know, unfortunately, It's necessary, but it's painful. And I think that it's going to be a lot of gnashing of teeth. I think thinking about when that date is definitely a risk and liability question. Thinking about some other policies at the state and national level, often a date is set and then it slides for a variety of reasons. And the result in the community is that can, kind of erode trust. It's like, yeah, right. That they say that, but so kind of thinking through that, knowing human nature, in a perfect world, still a lot of people will wait to leap until the deadline is fast approaching, because there are a lot of other things going on. There are a lot of other competing priorities, and so it has to rise to a certain level to get that final attention that's needed. Whenever that is, I think you're going to see this slow slide, and then something start to happen. But that said, moving too quickly and not having rationale behind that deadline can be very dangerous to reputation. Not anything having to do with waste, but my previous career was in education. So thinking about something like No Child Left Behind, all children will succeed at this level by this time. That put, a big burden on that agency. Secretary of Education, Riley at the time, had very good reasons for what he said and why he said it that way, but he still was quite open to negative response. You could also look at leaping very quickly and thinking innovatively, like LA Unified School District changing their entire electronic platform a few years ago and wasn't able to pay a teacher for quite a long period of time, which also hurt their reputation. You might want to take a look at what the California Water Board is doing right now with the adoption of the new construction general permit. They've really been thinking about, they were very late in adopting an updated permit, so they've slid their deadline, but they finally got it through, just last month. And what they did was they decided to create a transition period so that those projects that are currently permitted had a certain period of time that they could operate under their existing agreement, and that new permit requests would be under the new permit requirements. If a project lasted beyond that time period, then they would have to recertify under the new permit. That got me thinking about a program like this, where if you have an existing EPA ID number, you might have a period of time to transition it. Again, if it's more of a temporary project like construction that may be 4, 5, 6 years long, you might be able, you could sunset it under the processes it's doing. So maybe, thinking about just how much risk and liability you want to open up to. There are some really good examples, the good, the bad, and the ugly out there. I think we've talked before about, considering small and disadvantaged businesses and how to get them on board. Maybe giving them a discounted usage rate, if they're taking this big investment and this leap, that could help. And something that we haven't discussed at all yet today, and then I promise I'll be quiet here, is, if now instead of receiving this document that then moves from step to step, now at a particular juncture, a paper needs to be printed. That's putting the cost of the printer, the electricity, the printer ink, et cetera, the paper, all on this project. And projects, at least where I work, are being evaluated for their environmental impact in terms of recycled material, how much waste, and energy usage. So here we have the Environmental Protection Agency asking projects to increase their environmental impact. It may be small, but it's definitely something to have an answer to.
Stacy, thank you so much. Terry is next with his hand up.
Thank you, Carolyn. Terry Bear, ADQ. Yeah, so when I read this and the charge questions, I agree. I think ultimately a sunset has to be set as a final goal towards 100%. But I think we're far way off from that. I think back to 2018 when the e-manifest was first launched. Literally, I know at least for Arizona, that there was like this black hole of like unknown data for at least 9 months, waiting for things to go. And it's just, I think it's inherent with any time you kind of, throw the switch, the whole kind of Frankenstein analogy. And so that's my only concern is that I think eventually you're going to have to force it because you're going to have that percentage that are going to be resistant. But if today we were talking about that you had 85% adoption, you had that 15% that were kind of the holdouts, then I'd say, I'd be, yes, I think that it's time to have that discussion. But you got 85% the other way. And so yeah, eventually, but probably not right now. I do think that when you do consider something like this, that kind of like what my colleagues had said, I think a phased approach. I think, there's 10 regions with EPA, so starting with a regional approach, one region goes at one point and then the next, and you kind of cascade it. You give a chance to kind of for you to catch up with where industry is trying to migrate. So just something for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Next, Tafik has his hand up.
Thank you, Carolyn. Tefik Kosar. I agree with all of the other board members that it is quite premature at this point to talk about sunsetting all of the remaining paper manifest options. At this point, the goal of EPA should be to increase the adaptation of the electronic manifest submissions. But I would be in favor of a multi-stage approach that I also mentioned yesterday very briefly, not sunsetting all of the paper manifest options, but maybe one of them. So EPA can potentially consider sunsetting the image-only submissions in a near future. So which is at this point constituting around 10% of all of the manifest submissions. And this could be potentially considered sunsetting, and the image plus data option can continue for a longer period of time. So this can also potentially help the adaptation of the e-manifest submissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tafik. I'm watching to see if any other board members raise their hands to provide input. Stacy?
Hi, sorry to add on.
No, keep it. That's what we're here for. That's why we're here.
But I think what Tavik had mentioned sparked a thought just to underline. I think sometimes when we put a deadline on something, we're going this idea of sunsetting the paper manifest. It becomes a necessary evil, to running multiple systems from your end. Obviously, on the generator's end, we're running multiple systems for has versus non-has. So it's really a shifting, not, and so, so it brings up for me, rather than a punishment, because that is in effect what ends up happening, is it forces those that have non-has and has to have to figure out these two systems, how to make it more enticing to use eManifest, make it a positive, look for those cost savings back to the user, not just to the agency. What are the multiple benefits? I know we're going to talk later about one potential, but maybe in partnership with states and the regulatory bodies, other benefits can also be realized. So, let's make it more of a carrot than a stick, to the benefit of, the full community involved.
Great. I'm watching for additional hands. I'm not seeing any of the board members raise their hands to give additional input, so I will turn to EPA. Any clarifying questions from EPA?
We do not have any clarifying questions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Steve Donnelly from EPA. I will turn to 6B. To remind you of question 6, sunset all paper manifests. EPA seeks advice from the advisory board on the agency's potential policy solution to establish a formal sunset date for all remaining workflows utilizing paper manifests, i.e. image only and data plus image. Part B of the question is, what other factors and information should EPA take into consideration? For our discussants, we're going to start again with Sixto, and then Jennifer, and then Jackie. Sixto.
Okay, Sixto here. So I thought about this question and I couldn't really come up with any other factors that haven't already been discussed. So I'll just go through this small punch list right quick. One thing the EPA should consider is you got to assess the capabilities of the overall industry to go full electronic without paper. So that's one key factor, because it's such a, I mean, because you are looking at the whole manufacturing sector in the country that generates waste. And it's not just manufacturing, but construction, remediation, etc. So you have to take a look at the overall industry and kind of assess their capabilities to be able to go full electronic. You also, of course, have to consider the grace time that you're going to have between the time that you declare a sunset to the time when the sunset should actually take place. And then the last factor that I thought about was maybe taking a look at what FEMSA and DOT are doing regarding paperwork. I mean, they are not fully electronic yet and still require a copy of the shipping document to be carried in the vehicle. So, that's a consideration that has to be taken into account. So with that, I will pass it over to our associate.
Jennifer is up next.
Jennifer Hopper, excuse me, Jennifer Hopper, Maryland Department of Environment. I think the biggest factor is we want to entice these facilities to come on board, but you're going to get a lot that will say, well, DOT is going to require paper in the truck. So why should I switch over and have to do all these hoops and hurdles to get a piece of paper in the truck when I can just fill it out on a piece of paper? So I think, like I said, sunsetting is not a bad idea, but the dates might be until we can get, more and more people enticed and to get DOT more on board to change some of their regulations. I know, for example, no more paper manifests, was back in June. To this day, I'm getting the paper manifest because on the carbon copy, it says, final copy to EPA. So they're sending it to me. I'm sending them back and trying to tell them to send it to EPA or do the data plus image or the no image or the image only or data plus image, but they're still sending them to me. So there is going to be a transition period where people are just not going to follow, because the other way is the easiest, fastest, and way to go. And with DOT requiring a piece of paper in the truck, you're going to get a lot of people that are just going to say, I'm not going to go through all these hoops and hurdles just to do it electronically. And then in the end, still have to put a piece of paper in the truck. So I think that's a major factor in all of this.
Thank you, Jennifer. And I think we're up to Jackie.
Yeah, thank you, Jackie Velasquez and Camp. So my mental framework as I'm working through this question really is, I mean, LQGs really are that main target of like the bulk number of manifests, and they're also the ones who, I think we can really entice with things like what we're going to talk about next, like VR integration. Like I think there's some real value add by using eManifest for LQGs if we can get over these hurdles, such as the DOT question. I think the issues I think come for those slightly smaller quantity, like I think smaller quantity generators are kind of caught in the middle, where generator improvement rule hasn't been adopted by every state. They don't necessarily know where they're going to land from month to month. They could potentially be an LQG at any point in time. So they're potentially subject to additional rules at any point. They can't necessarily predict that. Various small quantity generators aren't necessarily going to have going to be subject to all these requirements themselves. But again, there's always that question of like, are they going to encounter waste? Are they going to have a major project? Are they going to have something that changes things from month to month? So as I think about it, and I think we could potentially sunset it for LQGs, maybe force everybody into the eManifest system. But again, there's all these kind of smaller facilities downstream who just don't necessarily have that luxury, and who are going to be potentially trapped by some sort of sunsetting like that. So I think, I think there's value in kind of what my counterparts have said about looking for ways to kind of entice people to create value by using the eManifest system. And I think that's kind of all I have to add, is I think, we kind of have to think about each generator type, what the user experience is and what their concerns are going to be, and figure out a way to kind of entice each generator type individually.
Thank you, Jackie. And I see that Angie has her hand up.
Thank you, Angie Martin with Heritage. So I kind of want to double underline some of the concepts that have come up just a few minutes ago. I highly recommend EPA spending some time and more time with DOT, trying to get us past this paper with the shipment. I think Jen mentioned that a few minutes ago. That is a big downer when you talk with people. When I do training and I'm out talking to generators, they're like, yeah, why do I care? I got to have paper anyway. So if we can eliminate excuses, I think that's a step in the right direction. In order to get there, we've got to get DOT on board. Another thing, the generator approvers rule, that was a really excellent point, I would have to say. But the biennial report, if we can get this biennial report thing figured out, I think people would totally be on board as well. Those are two huge reductions that we could do to, the paper with DOT and biennial reports are the way to get people on board with this program. So I think those are the factors that EPA should take into consideration.
Great. All right. Stacy has her hand up.
Hi, Stacy Sinclair, LA Metro. So really, we're not, I think as everyone has said here, we're not eliminating paper manifests. We're just eliminating them in your system because we have to print them ourselves for transit. So one, I think, obviously managing that with DOT is a big hurdle. It's a big barrier to things moving forward. In the meantime, we need some suggestions on how you want us handling that in the field in order to make this investment and this move. One suggestion is to coach some of these larger generators, especially those that have complex systems, on how to use the systems to make their lives easier. Maybe through that, there are some incentives to get them to invest in knowledge sharing and supporting your development team, whether that's discounted usage rates, think training, get creative. It doesn't always have to be monetary. I still want to go back to something I said day one, I believe, which is the term generator. That's a really loaded term. And the only choices are to be a large or small generator. And while if I choose to demo a structure, I generated waste. Got it. But if I am fixing a highway for Caltrans, I did not generate the waste, and there is no generator. It's, lead contaminated soil from decades of lead in gasoline, right? So I'm now a generator in that case as well. And that creates a lot of issues. I can't deal with it at the state level when the federal level has pre-slugged that and eliminated any choices. So please consider how you label some of this in the system, as that may open up additional opportunity for people to come on board. I think understanding the technical capacity of a wide variety of users is really important. Recently, I went to a training on the fact that we now have 5 generations in the workplace, up to 5 generations. That's amazing. And only the last couple don't remember a time before the internet. So we have people with a lot of different comfort levels and trust levels around technology. And that's kind of an unspoken bias or barrier that also needs to be overcome, that often impacts larger organizations as well as small business. If you think, and I think another factor that you can take into consideration with this is identifying other services that overlap with the data. The more uses of the data in the system, the more reason to utilize that system. So the more overlap between the data usage for EPA's purposes, to state purposes, to regional jurisdictional purposes, to environmental impact monitoring, and uses for other organizations in that regard, sustainability rating systems, et cetera. Now you've got something that I can use the results of that effort in multiple ways. It makes it more cost effective for me to engage. So I just other ways of thinking about this and how to speak to it, depending on your audience. I think that might be helpful. And I think the other thing to consider again is small businesses, small transporter businesses that have just been hit by requirements for related to air quality, to get new trucks, et cetera. They may not have the bandwidth to make a big investment in a short period of time in this regard. So any way that can be considered and offset or incentivized would be super helpful.
Thank you, Stacy. Let me watch and see if any other board members have any additional feedback on 6B. Okay. So we were supposed to get to this point in our agenda by 4:15 tomorrow. So I just want people to realize how well we're doing and how much I appreciate the great feedback that we're getting from the board members. Thank you so much. We will move on to our final question, question 7, which has a part A and a part B. So take a deep breath, everybody. We've made it to question 7. I will read question 7 to you. This is on biennial report integration. EPA seeks advice from the advisory board on the agency's biennial report BR integration approaches. Part A of the question: to what extent would BR integration drive electronic manifest use? Are there approaches that are more appealing to users and states? And the assignments for this question start with Jennifer Hopper as our lead discussant, followed by Jackie Velasquez as our associate discussant. So I will turn to Jennifer.
This is Jennifer Hopper with Maryland Department of Environment. I will try to be brief. This is a hot topic for me. I think it's a great idea. We have, Maryland is already doing a comparison of what's in e-manifest to what is being reported on the GM forms. We're finding a lot of issues. Either the generator's not putting everything down, or there's missing manifests in e-manifest, so things are not matching. So, having this pre-populate the binary reporting can help. But there's a lot of things that would have to be taken into a factor. One, currently the system has that on and off button, kind of, on button saying to include it in the binary report. I think that needs to be eliminated. I think it needs to be an option for no matter what type of manifests or generator status or anything like that, because some states are more stringent, like Maryland. If you have that option to click and people are not going to think about it on the front end, we're going to be doing a lot of backtracking and corrections at time of binary reporting if that option is there. And if we make it, standardized for anybody, then there is no need for a button. Unfortunately, sorry, Dave, but it sounds like what we might have to do is work with the RECRA info team to do something like they have already, where when you click on new submission for a binary report, it asks you if you want to populate from a previous cycle. So maybe we can build something in there where when they click on it, they can say, do you want to populate from e-manifest? And it goes ahead and does that. Not only that, but the BR software allows industry to start their biennial report a couple months prior to the start date of January 1st. They can start entering their data, but they can't hit the submit button. So again, this is something that they can start doing ahead of time if we have the option to, just hit a button and have it start to populate. But I think the limiting of what that button is not a good option. Also, there's states that have annual reporting. So again, there's some states that are going to be doing something every year, where some states are only going to do it every other year. There's states that are more stringent. When you go to do, replacing the WR form, there's, just make sure it's more or less making sure to capture all the information. Like I believe Jackie asked yesterday about the VSQGs. A lot of things are geared around EPID numbers, but we would definitely need to make sure that we capture things that don't have EPID numbers. So that is something, you would have to definitely make sure you can take in consideration. Adding the questions that are on the GM forms that are not, currently on the manifest is a great. Density being the biggest. We have a lot that are reporting gallons and have no clue what the density is, and they just go with water. And sometimes that is not a bad choice, and other times it is a bad choice. So definitely having density as part of that will help alleviate some of the issues in the long run. Having the option to do multiple things on the GM form, like for example, on section 3, where the receiving facility, you list the who it is and management method code and the quantity that was shipped. There's a lot of times where one type of waste will go to multiple places, or even to multiple or to one receiving facility, but have different management method codes. Management method code is a big stickler. It's something that we are constantly having to double check and verify. So we need to make sure that we capture all the different types of management method codes. I think that's, for the most part, I think a lot of what I have concerns or questions or suggestions, I guess, will come when the time of actually building this portion, because that's when all the little nuances are going to come in. But I think overall, the concept of integrating this is a definite positive, and I think it will eliminate a lot of nuances, issues, especially for states that might be more stringent. It will help a lot with the smaller companies that don't have hired help or hired safety managers that does a lot of this stuff. So I definitely think this is a great idea. So I'll pass it on to, I think, Jackie.
Yeah, Jackie Vasquez with NCAM. So yeah, like Jennifer mentioned, I really think between the DOT issue, kind of which we are aware of, and BR integration, those are honestly 1 and 2. One's top and one's number 2 in terms of driving integration, driving e-manifest use. I think what's going to be necessary for it to be fully to really drive as much utilization as possible is the highest amount of automation possible. So, you know, as much of that data can come straight from manifests and populate 100% of your BR report, the amount of that information that can be that's valuable, that's really what's going to drive, I think, utilization. I think it's troubling to me when I hear Jennifer saying, well, the state is kind of auditing these things, looking for differences between what's e-manifest and what they're seeing in BRs. And to me, that's troubling. Those are those areas that I think it could add more trouble than it's worth for some people. So we need to ensure that the data quality is really high. That being said, I know with the latest, e-manifest proposed rulemaking, we also talked about the ability to fix errors if we are going to go for BR integration. And I think that's going to be a key factor. I think, that like I mentioned, if there are differences, if there are weight discrepancies, differences in density, that kind of thing, I think it's really important that companies have the ability to make those changes. I think stepping back a moment, I think if we do move forward with BR integration at some point, it is really important just to think about what are we trying to accomplish with this, slightly duplicative report when agencies already have all of your manifests. If you're an LQG, if they have all of your e-manifests on file, kind of what's the value of the BR report at that point? So you need to kind of think of like how do we expect this to add value? How is it going to be auditable? And how is it going to add value for agencies who are trying to do enforcement based on this data? So maybe there's opportunities in the future for the BR to be slightly tweaked. I think other people have made this suggestion, or maybe that's a report that can focus more on like waste minimization, reducing toxicity, other things that are just currently pieces of the BR that maybe at some point can be a higher value piece of that report. But I think at the end of the day, my suggestion is, this is up there. This is one of those top items really to drive e-manifest use.
Thank you, Jackie. So now I will turn to the rest of the board, and Terry has his hand up already. Great.
Can you see me? Oh, okay, there it goes. Thanks, Carolyn. Terry Bear, ADQ. Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. The continued just to stress is what's in it for me. I mean, that's going to be every one of these users is what's in it for me. And yeah, I think the BR is definitely a step in the right direction. I would actually ask that you take the BR even a step further. I mean, RCRA has been around for 46 years now, and so just as an analogy, when I came to the state, Arizona was one of those states that used to require an annual report, and ask the question, why? What do we do with that data? What is its purpose? What do we learn annually that we wouldn't learn biannually? And we eventually did away with it. We went to biannual to align with the EPA system. So I think it's probably long overdue for the BR to have that same ask. What are we doing with the data? How is it helping us? What is it driving? Are there some points that are no longer relevant? So that's all. Is just continue to evaluate the effectiveness of what it was designed for, and whether or not it's achieving that objective. And if it's not, then maybe it's time to look differently. Finally, 10 years ago, Arizona had over 300 LQGs. Today, we have 163. So we literally have half. And those are the ones that do the biennial. In analyzing our customers, like I mentioned before, we found that a lot of our LQGs have very good environmental management systems in place. And so, we obviously have a grant commitment and a goal for inspecting those. But when we look at a history of wharf sites and, those that have had problems, it's usually those that don't have the systems. And so that's where we've started to shift our focus. And so for Arizona, we get more value out of the manifest because that gives us more insight into the SQGs and some of the VSQGs because we don't get any of that data from the BR. So just another element to consider. Thank you.
Terry, thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. So next I will call on Angie.
So we've been at this for a long time today, and I'm going to go ahead and say it. Terry took the words right out of my mouth. That's a Meatloaf quote if you didn't get it. The binary report system has been around for a very long time. It was made before we had a national database of e-manifests. It, as I pointed out during the questions yesterday, it is not regulatory, that those forms are not in the regulations anywhere. The regulations just say you have to fill out the form. So I do believe it's time to reimagine the biennial report. EPA has a much better source of data in the e-manifest data than they ever did in the binary report. It does address SQGs, and in states where C or VSQGs are required, it has that data. So I know this is probably not the answer that you guys want to hear because you're the e-manifest team, or at least, but I think it's time to try to make the binary report match the e-manifest, especially if we really want to get to e-manifesting. And then Jen did say something that I want to kind of make sure I understood what she said, but maybe if we can't get all the way there, e-manifest fill out most of the binary report, and then generators just have to log in and do a few last little things. And one thing I want to say out loud, I'm not sure if someone said it, I missed it. There is a waste minimization certification on the manifest. So that whole waste minimization question, which is different, is still addressed on the manifest every time. So maybe we could try to get rid of a few more data fields. So reimagine the binary report would be my concept in order to drive the electronic manifest use so we can get rid of the binary report. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. And Stacy has her hand up next.
Thank you. This is Stacy Sinclair. One, yes, Angie. Let's reimagine the possibilities. Just because we've always done something a certain way doesn't mean we have to keep doing it that way. If there's data that you already have through this existing system, having us do it again, I need to see the added value of it. I understand wanting us to QA and confirm, that's reasonable. But understanding the added benefit, maybe it's more of combining it with other reporting that a state is asking or a jurisdiction is asking. Maybe it is tweaking some of the questions for better alignment. I understand longitudinal reporting can get a little sticky if you change something, but it can be done. So kind of thinking about why are we gathering a particular piece of data in a particular way. I've gone around and around. I have stacks of emails of what conversion factor to use under certain situations. And since until this last round, it was left relatively undefined, we just cited our source, so if we're all using the same source, then why wouldn't the calculation be automated to eliminate error? So, make it as easy as possible, which makes it as time efficient as possible. The other thing that seems a little bit odd to me is when I submit a biannual report, I get back an email. First I get something on the screen saying, thank you, this has been completed. And so I know it went in. Then I get an email saying it was accepted. So that speaks to me that I did it right. But then later I get an email saying that there are questions. So I think if you're taking a look at this again, think of it from a user perspective and consider carefully what terms you use so they're intuitive. When I tell my boss all of them were accepted, he thinks they're all perfect. And then I get back, well, he does get back questions and says, I thought that this was done. So there are definitely, things to think about if you are going to reimagine it. And I do see a lot of opportunities for blending it with other requirements, like we have an annual report. I also want to think about timing. I know you guys are working backwards from your own deadlines, but if we're being asked to verify information that could be in process as of December 31st, and we're working on it in January, we don't have that information at our fingertips, especially when so much has been manual, and analog, I should say. So just a couple of things that I hope will help you as you're processing through this.
Thank you, Stacy. Appreciate that. And Jennifer has her hand up.
This is Jennifer Hopper for the Maryland Department of Environment. Just to kind of answer Stacy's question about the accept and then get questions. I know this might not be the format or the place to do that, but I'm sure the public is also saying, yeah, why? So I figured I'd answer that question. The way the system is set up is the states will accept the binary report, depending on your state, how thorough they'll do the review prior to accepting. Maryland does a very thorough review before we accept. Once we accept and everything is done, then we let EPA know that we are done. And what we receive is called a state summary. And what EPA does is then go through and looks at some things that are red flags or things that just don't look right, or there's all different kinds of reasonings behind it. And then they send the report back to the state and ask us 21 questions about why this, why that. Sometimes it requires us to reach out to the facilities to ask why. Sometimes it requires us to make changes. So that is why, because even though it says accepted, it's not fully declared final until after EPA has done the review, but they can't do the review until we accept it. So I hope that clarifies that.
Oh, it makes perfect sense. It's just not communicated clearly in the text that's used. So my point is really, think about the messaging and that most people don't know all the steps of the process and they make assumptions that may, in the words of the bad news bears, make a out of you and me. So, it goes back to the theme that I've been speaking to since yesterday of what's your brand?
Okay, just in the last few minutes, we've had quotes from Meatloaf and the Bad News Bears. So keeping us all awake here with these cultural references.
Oh, we'll give you all the 5 generations.
There you go.
I got a list we can go through.
All right. Any other feedback from board members on questions 7A before I turn to EPA to see if they have any clarifying questions? I'm not seeing any hands get raised. So EPA, any clarifying questions to the board on the feedback you received on question 7A?
No, this is Steve Donnelly. We do not have any clarifying questions other than based on these references, it feels like it's like 1978 here. So someone tell Potsy to sit on it and we'll move on.
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, we are on to 7B. 7B. I'll read 7 again. This is still biennial report integration. EPA seeks advice from the advisory board on the agency's biennial report integration approaches. Part B of the question asks, what other factors should the EPA consider when moving forward with BR integration? And we will start again with Jennifer as our lead discussant, followed by Jackie as our associate discussant.
This is Jennifer Hopper from Maryland Department of Environment. I think the biggest factor in moving forward is the integration between the BR software and e-manifest. That is going to be the biggest component. I think that's where you're going to have your challenges on, do you need to include this in manifest or eliminate it from the BR? We can't eliminate the BR, I think, especially for the on-site management and other exceptions that are not captured on manifest or not used for manifest. So we probably won't be able to eliminate it, but I can't say on that for sure. But I think, need to look to see what exactly does BR capture on a bigger scale, and look at annual reporting. What does, states that have annual reporting, what do they capture, to make sure that if we're going to transition to using, having these two systems integrate, they need to make sure they capture the same type of information and in the same formatting, I guess you can say as well. Again, that will probably, come down to when we build the system or enhance the systems, but it's definitely a factor that needs to be thought about. The other factor is, again, I had mentioned it already, is we can't limit who can integrate and who can't. We cannot limit it to just LQGs because, there is LQGs that ship daily within a month, but each individual manifest might not look like it's an LQG status, but when you add up all the manifests the whole month, it is LQG status. Or for the states that are more stringent, like Maryland, who, require it for anybody that accumulates 220 pounds in a month. So those are things that you have to, take into factor, is that you do not want to limit it to one, entity. You need to make sure it is, usable for anybody. Hence, get rid of that button of including the BR or not. I think those are main factors. I don't think I have anything else for now. Jackie?
All right, Jackie?
Yeah, Jackie Velasquez and Camp. I think we've covered just about everything I think we can think about here. So I'll echo that. I mean, state by state differences are going to be a huge factor. It just comes down to how are we creating value, both for the agencies who are looking to create something that's auditable and usable for enforcement, and how are we making it useful to the facilities who are the end users. So I think it would have to meet all those state by state differences in order to be really valuable, both for annual reporting, biannual reporting, those, like Jennifer mentioned, accumulation differences, all those pieces are going to have to be reflected in order for it to be of the greatest value. But yeah, I would really lean on the EPA to ask, what do you use this report for? What are the pieces of information in it that are the most valuable? And make those the priority. I think that's all I have on this question.
Thank you, Jackie. So as we have done, I will ask if anyone else on the board has additional feedback to share on charge question 7B. What other factors should the EPA consider in moving forward with BR integration? I will pause. Oh, Stacy.
Hi, this is Stacy Sinclair, LA Metro. I agree with my colleagues on the panel, on the board. I think it's important to recognize that preparation time of the BR is significant, and we don't have extra time. So wanting to use that very efficiently. as I've said before, the definition of a generator remains an issue. And I think what was just brought up in terms of how that becomes very complex over the course of different projects that an organization may participate with. There are differences in waste descriptions for the same type of waste, especially when you're working with a variety of contractors and consultants. All of that has to get reconciled. The more that can be done with drop-down menus or otherwise for consistency is helpful. And again, owners have a variety of support working on their behalf, and they all have their own ways of doing things. And somehow this all has to roll up to that owner who's identified as the true generator. Then there's the situation of a milk run, which may be designated not by the generator at all. And then the generator has to deal with the aftermath of those decisions that happen down the line. And then is brought up as well, determining density, unless given very clear guideline, it may be subjective based on perspectives of different methodologies. Form codes, waste codes, there are differences for the same material depending on location for a large organization. Another piece of this, and I don't know, again, it's like the more uses that can live in one place, I think the more helpful. But when we're creating our manifest, that's based on analytics and the profile that come from those analytics. So if there's again, as this is all becoming more digitized, it creates fewer options of where to put information. So if we can keep that connection, with our contract numbers or our profile numbers, having a space for that could be super helpful and can help us QA as this rolls from the individual manifest and up to the BR.
Great. Thank you, Stacy. Jennifer?
This is Jennifer Hopper with Maryland Department of Environment. I just, something Stacy said popped in my head, made me think about it. I don't know if we can replace the WR form because not every VSQG uses manifest because they're technically exempt. So we would still need to have a WR form for facilities to enter waste received from these VSQGs that didn't manifest. So I don't know, maybe it's not so much as replace, but allow additional waste to be added. I originally had gone with the notion of replacing is not an issue, but now that I think about it, it might become an issue. So it can be tweaked, but not every VSQG uses manifest because they are technically exempt.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'm watching to see if any other board members raise their hands to provide any additional input. Great, I'm not seeing any more hands. So I will turn to EPA to see if they have any clarifying questions on the feedback you received on charge question 7B.
Yes, this is Steve Dowling from the EPA. We do not have any clarifying questions for charge question 7B. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, so can you believe it? We got through all of our charge questions and got some really fantastic suggestions and feedback from the board. Really appreciate it. So before I turn to the next item on the agenda, which is my closing remarks, I am going to turn it back to Fred for a moment.
Okay, thank you so much, Thank you, everyone. Yeah, so before Carol and I provide closeout remarks, I wanted to give the eManifest team an opportunity to provide closing remarks. And we're going to call on Sonia Sassafield, the director of PIDE division that oversees the eManifest program. Sonia, are you there?
I am. I'm working on, let's try this again. Okay. All right. So yes, I just really wanted to thank the board and the public participants for your consideration of our proposals. We truly appreciate working alongside such an engaged stakeholder community. As mentioned before, our program is dedicated to 100% electronic manifest, and we look forward to receiving the board's considered recommendations. And also just lastly, I want to thank the EPA team for their hard work in preparing for and participating in this meeting. And thank you to Fred Jenkins, Tamu Gibson, and our meeting support contractors for their hard work behind the scenes.
Thank you, Sonia. Fred, did you want to go first and then me, or other way around?
You can go first. You can go first, Carolyn.
Okay.
Then I'll finish this out.
Excellent. So Sonia got us started off with the thank yous, remembering all the way back to yesterday morning. Barry Breen started off with lots of thank yous in advance. And I want to reiterate those thank yous now at the end of the meeting. I wanted to mention something that may be relatable to everybody who's been in this meeting for 2 full days. In August of this year, August of 2022, I read an article in the journal Nature about why thinking hard makes us tired. And I bet that the members of the board and the members of the public and the members of the EPA team who have been thinking really hard for 2 full days about eManifest might feel a little tired. And before I read this article, I used to think to myself, how can I be tired from just thinking? I haven't run a marathon. I haven't lifted weights. I haven't done anything other than sit in this chair all day for 2 days. Why am I tired? And this article in the journal Nature made me feel better that it's not that I'm just a wimpy person. But what they found in their study is that when you work on a mentally taxing assignment, like we all have just done over the last 2 days, your brain actually produces a chemical called glutamine in your prefrontal cortex that actually chemically disrupts brain function. So if any of you are feeling tired after 2 full days of thinking really hard, you can blame it on the chemistry of your brain. And what this study indicated is the only way to combat that tired brain is to rest. And so here we are finding ourselves at the end of our meeting, and we are now allowed to take a rest from this hard brain function. The study also found that when you have an excess amount of glutamine in your prefrontal cortex, you have a hard time making good cognitive decisions, and you're more likely to choose a short-term reward over long-term gain. So I encourage all of you this evening to give yourself a short-term reward for your excess glutamine in your brain, but remind us that there actually is a long-term gain for all the hard work that we've done, and that is that you have provided a lot of very good input in the long-term road towards 100% electronic use of eManifest. So I encourage you to give yourself a short-term reward in return for the progress you've helped us all make on a long-term gain. So thank you all again, board members, EPA employees, public attendees, public commenters, both those who spoke orally and those who submitted written commenters, our IT team, Fred and Tamu. Thank you, everybody, for all your hard work. And with that, I will turn it over to Fred for the very last words.
Thank you so much. I love that because I'm certainly on a glutamine high. This is really a marathon, but it's worth it. And we really appreciate all of y'all's hard work. Thank you all so much for another very successful eManifest Advisory Board meeting. As Sonia had mentioned in the very beginning, which it dawned on me, yeah, this is a 6th meeting. And this was a great meeting. Carolyn, you're a great leader. Thank you for your very supportive leadership. As the chair of the eManifest Advisory Board, you have now successfully presided over 2 eManifest Advisory Board meetings, and it's truly a pleasure working for you. Excuse me. Thank you so much to the board. You all did a really wonderful job. Literally 75% of you all are newly appointed members. And this is the first meeting for most of you, and we knew that this newly assembled board would be a very good one. You all really delivered, really delivered. Finishing a day early and providing really robust recommendation. Wow, y'all did a great job. I want to especially thank the veteran members of the eManifest Advisory Board, the returning members for returning. As always, thank you for your commitment and excellence on the eManifest Advisory Board. And thanks to the entire board. For you all really came thoroughly prepared. You were very flexible in preparing for this meeting. And on behalf of the agency, I really want to thank you all for your tremendous service for EPA. Also, as Carolyn mentioned, special thanks to Barry Breen, the acting assistant administrator of the Office of Land and Emergency Management for his support. And also thank you, Barry, for your participation in this meeting. And as always, thank you to the OLM immediate office for your support and helping prep for this meeting. And thank you to the whole ORCR, Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery, eManifest team and senior leadership. Sonia Sasserfield, Director of the Program Implementation and Information Division, Catherine Davis, Deputy Director of that same division, PI as the acronym, Amanda Kohler, my direct supervisor, branch chief for the branch, Stephen Donnelly, eManifest Program Manager. Of course, thanks to Scott Christian, Brian Gross, William Nicholas, David Nicholas, and the OLM-IO. Special thanks to Tamu Gibson, who served as an acting DFO for the whole last year while I was on detail in the Office of Environmental Justice. She did a great job and made my transition back to eManifest very, very easy. Thanks for all of your supportive behind the scenes work in preparation for this week's meeting. Thank you to everyone, eManifest teams, all other staff in ORCR that participated, all EPA staff involved, and thank you to our public commenters that participated, both providing written and oral public comments in this meeting. And thank you to our audience who attended virtually. As always, thank you to our contractors for all their support in this meeting. And the last administrative note that I have to say is the meeting report will be completed no later than 90 days after the close of this meeting. The meeting report consists of the recommendations from the eManifest Advisory Board that were provided and discussed during this meeting. Essentially, the board writes the report. My role is to facilitate the write-up to make sure it reads well and is complete and is all proper in accordance with FACA and produced in time. And Carolyn, she certifies it as the chair. After those final recommendations are completed and made publicly available, sometime after that, EPA will review those recommendations, will thoroughly review them, and in turn, they'll provide a formal response sometime after to all of the advisory board recommendations. And also a reminder to the advisory board, please meet me very briefly in a closed administrative meeting to close out and talk about the report writing process. I'll send you all a separate MS Teams invite. This meeting is officially adjourned. Everyone have a wonderful meeting. Thanks so much. Have a wonderful evening, rather. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
That's my glutamine.